What's good, baby? What's happening? What's happening? Welcome in. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Excuse me one sec. Sorry, guys. I'm responding to Mike Bibby's people. He joins us today. Kenny, did you check with Jason about 3:00? Casey coming in here like Grant Napier. 259. Bet 259. Gotta do the show. I had to. It's 11:58. Yeah. No, they can't hear you. Who? Over there? Oh. Well, that's different. Oh, Babu. Yeah. We doing this? Yes. Damn, it's doing that again. God damn it.
I know, Brian. I know. That's my bad. I was actually out and about. That's what kind of got me off schedule a little bit. I had to make an airport run. Haven't heard back yet.
Heading south to Tennessee, huh, Rich? Okay, Rich.
I gotta go to Tennessee, man. I had a chance to go to Nashville one time and missed it. At a family reunion. I love the family reunions. Boy, that'd be a good time.
Oh,
Lazy, come on, man. I ain't banging out here, man. Stop playing with me, man. Knock the clothes off your clothesline sweater.
All right, stop the music. Just kidding. Let me tell you about Media Day yesterday.
I'm about to say, you a Giants fan?
Yeah,
is that what it is?
Lord, are they still playing? No.
New York.
Oh, goodness gracious. No, very much not. Yeah, no. Welcome into the show.
New York Football Giants.
Hey, you discounting the Cowboys. They get Cooper Rush got his third win as a starting quarterback, which I didn't know. He hasn't lost as a starting quarterback yet.
I mean, I don't know.
Whatever that's worth.
If the Cowboys are ever gonna just find a quarterback that they draft in the first round or sign somebody. They always find a quarterback because the one they got hurt.
Yeah, and if I recall, they didn't want Dak Prescott. They wanted one of the tall kids.
Oh, it was what's his name?
Was it
from
Brock?
Paxton Lynch.
Oh, Paxton Lynch. Okay,
from Memphis.
Okay, yeah, they wanted one of those guys. I should have got who did the Raiders move up to get?
Connor Cook.
I think it was Connor Cook that they wanted.
They probably wanted them both. I know
they probably wanted all of them. They wanted all of them. They were like,
wanted them all but Dak.
I should have
all of them but Dak. I know that.
Should have gotten more aggressive. Should have gotten more aggressive and moved up in the draft. Oh, for goodness sakes. We'll get to Monday Night Football later on. We're so happy that you're here with us. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Am I the meanest? Sure enough.
Am I the prettiest?
Sure enough.
Am I the baddest? Low down around this time.
Sure enough.
That second drop gonna have to be a little shorter, man. Like, what are you doing? What is that look on your face?
Kiss my Converse.
There's already memes of your face from yesterday making the rounds on social media, thanks to Kyle Madsen. So you better.
Thanks to Damian Barling.
Well,
I told him to get that camera out of my face.
Excuse me, and I forgot that no one heard what you said on Instagram. That was the killer part. The big payoff was Kenny telling me to get the camera out of his face, and I have my headphones in, so no one could hear it except for me. I was creating content. I'm a content creator, so don't get mad at me because you reacted to my Instagram live video. As many of you reacted to Casey's stop the music moment yesterday. We'll get to the 49ers.
I was crosses too.
Were you
all Sunday into Monday?
I think that's news to all of us. We never would have guessed that you were upset.
I ain't been that mad in a while.
Since week 8 last year or whatever it was, week 7.
That was 2 years ago.
You didn't stop the music last year?
I stopped the music against the Dolphins in the COVID year.
I remember that. That was it? Okay. Yeah. Did we stop the music for the Kings?
Stinky game that time too.
Did we stop? Did you stop the music for the Kings?
I might have came close. It wasn't an official like stop the music, but I was crosses 2 sticks again at some point for the game.
When you find a phrase, you really like it. You used that one on social media last night, and you've dropped it twice in the first 4 minutes of today's show.
And my grandmother, she had all them good ones. Crosses 2 sticks. You can hear a rat pissing on cotton.
Oh my, Grandma
got so quiet in there you could hear.
My goodness, Grandma, jeez. Okay.
And she had another one I'll tell you during the break. This one was fun.
This is a PG show, Grandma. Like, my goodness. Kings have their first day of practice today. Actually, I think they got some media availability going on right now. We'll check in and see if James Ham has anything for us as the day rolls along. I did get a chance last night to catch up with a lot of James's videos and posts and thoughts on media day that we didn't necessarily get to during the 4 hours of the show. We tried to hit the highlights, but anything stand out to you, whether it's from the stuff that James posted or Sean Cunningham or anyone else who was out there at media day?
I mean, nothing really stood out. Everybody seemed to be in good spirits, like they should be for media day. I guess last year during media day, I'm trying to think. I think everybody was in good spirits, but I think a couple of people were on edge a little bit. I remember De'Aaron he had that clip, and I said it sounded like Kobe. I forgot what they asked him, but he said something about what the blank that got to do with me. I don't know.
Oh,
I forgot what
I do remember that. I do remember that because we played it live. I remember that. We played that clip live, and it was like, oh, okay. De'Aaron's hit that stage of his career.
He was on edge a little bit. Rashawn it didn't seem like, we don't know, but it didn't seem like he was in the best spirits coming into the season last year. So I guess everybody wasn't like in super good moods on the first day last year. But yesterday seemed like everybody was good to go and happy to be there and ready to get to work. You know,
definitely
it seemed like the vibe. Everybody was good spirits, were ready to get to work.
Definitely a different Rashawn Holmes last year. 100%. I got a chance to catch up on some of the Rashawn Holmes videos and quotes and some of the stuff he talked with Sean Cunningham about, and he was different state of mind, different place for Rashawn this year, and I think that's good. And you know, we'll talk more about Rashawn. We'll play some of the clips throughout the day. Deuce asked Monte McNair about his contract. I didn't see this yesterday.
I didn't see that yesterday either.
We'll run it for you here in just a few minutes. He didn't answer Deuce's question because of course he wouldn't.
Yeah,
but he did have a fun response to it, and I'm anxious to hear how people interpret the audio. So we'll run that in just a couple of minutes for you.
I was just gonna say, Will Z had a good one from last year. TT interrupting Buddy's interview was a big one last year. I guess everybody was kind of on that. And then we were trying to figure out who was vaccinated too. Like it was a little weird last year. Now I think about it.
What was the question to Buddy? Do you remember?
I think Jason Anderson asked something.
It was definitely Jason Anderson. I know that. It was definitely JA.
He has something about like last year or in the past, and then TT snapped like, "Yo, let people grow" or something like that, or keep bringing up old. And he wasn't like mean with. I don't want to misinterpret it.
No,
what TT was doing, it wasn't mean, but it
was just out of nowhere.
Yeah,
it was like, yo, Buddy's like 32. Like you, like Tristan, sit down. Like it plays differently today because now it's like, dude. Tristan, shut the hell up.
They called guy Chris Cook, Brian Cruz. He talked about the trade that didn't go through.
Which is a perfectly fair question.
It's very fair.
By the way, it's a perfectly fair question.
TT was like, no, he's here right now.
All right, TT, let's talk about your kids that you're sprouting up all over the country. How about that? Sit your ass down. It was only mildly charming at the time. It's a lot less charming today. Sit down, TT. Shut up. This ain't your place, though. You're gonna be gone in 4 months, anyways. Knock it off. That's right. That was a big moment. That's funny. I think that was still Zoom. That was Zoom media days right there.
Yeah. Zoom, but some people were there though. I think.
Yeah, like some people were there. It was still streamed on Zoom. Nothing is on Zoom anymore. So we'll get everything from our friends that are there, from James Ham and everybody else. But yeah, nothing really stood out to me either. But I liked Rashawn. Rashawn was really, look, I think he called last year hell. It's like last year was hell, but he didn't make excuses for the way that he played. Like he didn't use the stuff, he was dealing with off the court. He didn't use that as an excuse. He didn't use getting the Ric Flair rake of the eyes twice. He didn't use that excuse. He just said, I didn't play well and I'm going to play better. Like I'm locked in. I'm ready to get out there. I'm ready to work. I'm ready to ball. I think Sean or James asked him about playing with Sabonis, and the people who are fearful that those two can't play together. He's like, yo, we're ball players. We're both basketball players. Like we could play together. We'll figure out how to play together. We'll figure out how to play in a way that's best for the team. And like that to me was okay. I always love because Rashawn had 50 things he could have leaned on for that awful year last year. He didn't lean on any of them. Except I didn't play well. He acknowledged the year from hell, that's what we called it at the time. We called that before we knew about what was going on in that man's home. Right. Said this dude is having a year from hell right now. And he referred to it as the same thing and didn't use it as an excuse and said, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go out here and play, and I'm ready to play alongside Sabonis. I'm ready to play however Mike Brown needs me to.
And you know what? The thing that I like, And this is just it's what I like about basketball players. When asked about playing with Sabonis or anybody else, I love the answer. Yeah, I'm a ball player. We'll figure it out. Because that's really what it comes down to. I hear a lot of time people talking about this person can't play with that person and it's a bad matchup here and there. And I understand it. I get it. But at the end of the day, if you're a baller, you're a baller. You figure it out. You're not a one-trick pony. You're not a guy that can just play one way. If you're out there with a guy that doesn't necessarily complement the things that you like to do, if you're a baller, you'll figure out other ways to be effective. Mm-hmm. And I like that. I like that mindset. And I like players that think that way, because that's how it should be. Those are the kind of guys that I like to see on the court. Those are the kind of guys I like to play with, and I like to see playing for the Sacramento Kings. Guys that just get it done. Like, oh, okay, you need a shooter, or you need somebody to spread the floor. Maybe that's not my strength, but I'm gonna be crazy on the offensive boards, or I'm gonna be this great cutter, or I'm gonna be a guy that swings the ball around real quick. Whatever the case may be, I'm gonna figure it out because I'm a baller. I love that. Love that.
What a top tier for him, a top tier Richaun Holmes means for this team. Could potentially be incredible, because I don't know that anybody has thought about that this way this offseason. With the focus being on the rookie and Sabonis and Davion's growth, and of course everything that De'Aaron has to do, and Mike, and it's like, oh, if Richaun just staying healthy, it's your old Trey Lance question. What if Richaun is good? Like, what if Richaun is back to the dude who got that extension? What if Richaun is back to double doubles on a regular basis? We'll come back, man. We'll talk more about Richaun Holmes. We'll talk a lot more Kings. We'll get that clip of Deuce asking Monte McNair about his contract, and then we'll ask everybody to interpret it, because he didn't answer Deuce's question, but you'll hear it. We'll play it for you when we get back. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Jason and Dr. David, yeah. I mean, y'all saying what it is. You know what I'm saying? Just saying what it is. I see you. I mean, that's what it is. You know what I mean? They just
like Jordan security guy.
just be locking the doors. They ain't worried about this city, man. They ain't worried about making sure people get everything they need.
Said it before, we'll say it again. Our job is to serve you.
That's it, man. That's all we doing out here.
Oh, man.
Knock the line off your clothesline sweater.
I was preparing for Corners of the Culture this morning.
Likewise.
It's going to be some good stuff.
Yeah.
Talk to him.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. You already know what that is.
It's getting worse for that dude by the day. Like, just every day, it's like, oh, he wanted football money too, huh? After he knew he was stealing? Oh. They won't let us. We can't crack that door yet. Well, yeah. Direct him to Rich, but yeah.
Tyler, we'll talk about it, Tyler. We'll talk about it.
What did he say? These plays effing suck? Is that what he said?
No, he said. I'll find it. So It is to tell. One time, it looks like he says draw plays suck, which is kind of weird because it wasn't a draw play. And then another, like if somebody tells you he's saying all these plays sucks, it does look like that, but you're not sure if he really said that. We're live on Twitter, everybody. Go check us out there.
Nah, I am the Bay. That's not it at all. One, because of you guys, our ratings are very, very good. Two, our setup is different than everyone, like the 98 Rocks and the Ends and the Eagles, where they just go in and play music. They don't have the camera setup, and they want to do a sophisticated camera setup. But there's some other things like at play too. So in all likelihood, if Kenny and I ever go to the studio, and we might not, truth is we might not, it'll probably be for like 1 or 2 days a week. I don't think we'll ever be in the studio 5 days a week. Like we kind of joke about it, but we've shown we can do a show at home and not miss a beat. Not only do a show at home, but grow a show at home. And I think us being out of the building helps some of our engineers. It helps some of the other, radio talent who have to occupy those studios. So who knows, man? We've stopped asking. We good. We here. We cooking. And that's all that matters.
We got it. Pragmatic. It was another grandma-ism. And she used to say he was as nervous as a whore in church.
Oh, I've heard that one before. I sneaky just want you to keep making those, Skyron. Those are awesome.
Hey, real quick, a little side note.
Jesus, that never goes well. He hit us with a real quick and a side note. Oh boy.
So I told you this morning, one of the reasons I was running a little later than I wanted to, I had to make a run. I had to go out into the world this morning. And I ended up stopping downtown. I was down in the Doco area. Have you ever been in that Holiday Inn on J Street? Like the one that you see from the freeway?
No, Holiday Inn, no.
It's kind of weird, right? Like that's been there all our lives. And I had never been in there before.
Huh.
I had never gone in there. And I went in there for the first because I was going to gift shop, get a soda or something like that. And come on, man. We ain't getting no all-star game. We ain't getting no all-star until they do something with that place. We ain't gonna fine establishment. Like it's not dirty or anything like that, but it is. It is from the 60s.
I've had the privilege of traveling and being on like being in like an NBA hotel. That is not an NBA hotel.
No. Like
there's I don't know if standards is the right word. There's a star tier for hotels in the NBA. And as nice as that hotel might be, that's not going to meet the criteria. Now that could be like the media hotel or the fan hotel.
Neither.
That couldn't be the player hotel.
Neither. Neither. And it's not like it's dirty or nothing like that. I don't want to put that out there, but it is old. It's old looking. I'm not an NBA vintage, very vintage, and not even like on some classic Victorian type stuff. It just looks like the 50s and the 60s, and they need to remodel that joint. Like they really need to remodel it because it has an opportunity to be like a dope hotel in downtown Sacramento, but it's just old. Like I'm tall enough, but I'm not tall. I'm not NBA player tall, and I wasn't far from hitting my head on the ceiling walking through the halls. Like, how is that supposed to work?
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's not gonna go. It's not gonna go well.
So I was like, yeah, I understand, Adam Silver. I understand. And they gotta fix that, and they probably gotta build 2 more. They don't need a whole lot. They just need they need to fix that one, build 2 more. That's 3, and you might be able to get one. But as long as that Holiday Inn is the way it is, they ain't coming here. That's the first thing that came in my head was, oh, I get it. Not coming here.
Well,
I like it. Once again, I like the place. It's just
so I just need, can you give me clarification? You stopped at the Holiday Inn to get a soda?
Well, I stopped because I needed a charge. So I was like, while I'm here,
I see.
let me go get
I see. Let me go get a soda.
And I took a walk. Like I was going to take a walk down Delco to just kill some time because I needed like 10 minutes.
Okay.
And just random thing. Oh, Holiday Inn right over there. Let me go get a Sprite or something like that. But I had never been. And then I realized I'd never been in here before. All my years of living here, never been in here.
There's a lot of hotels down there I haven't been at. Like I've probably been at like 3 of them. Never had a reason to be at any of them.
There's that. I'm trying to. I've been Sawyer, Sheraton. I've been in the Embassy Suites a bunch of times.
Those are the 3 that I've been at. That's it.
I've been in there, but I stayed in that Embassy Suites before.
Same.
Yeah. I like the Embassy Suites.
We mentioned Monte McNair. Obviously, we played some of Monte McNair's media availability to you yesterday. One piece we missed was this exchange between our good friend Deuce Mason and Monte McNair.
Final year of your deal. Have you had any extension talks at this point, or is that something you anticipate happening at a later date?
Is my deal like on the internet or something?
That people talk about. A lot of fans are wondering, is Monty? I'm sure you see it on Twitter.
No, it's for being my group, like we're excited about what we've done. We're excited that Coach Brown's in here. I'm the GM right now, and I got a bunch of work to do, so I'm going to do that until they kick me out. And I hope I'm here for a long time. And I think with this team we put together, we're really going to start seeing that progress. It's taken a couple years for us to kind of continue to shape the roster and get guys around Foxy and HB and Rashawn, some of these guys that have been here. But I think for us, that's what we see our job as, and as long as we're here, we're going to do it.
So we're doing the Foxy. So we're doing the Foxy thing again, I guess.
Foxy.
I guess that's not going away.
Wait a minute. Can you just do me a favor?
Yep.
Can you
play
that again?
I knew you'd ask. I got it ready for you.
Any extension talks at this point, or is that something you anticipate happening at a later date?
So there's the question. I just want to make sure everybody that caught the question. Have you had extension talks, and or is that going to take place at a later date? Technically, 2 questions that Monty can answer. Take a shot for. In fact, you could drink a whole bottle for each of those questions he answers.
My deal like on the internet or something?
People talk about. A lot of fans are wondering, is Monty? I'm sure you see it on Twitter.
No, it's for being my group, like we're excited about what we've done. We're excited that Coach Brown's in here. I'm the GM right now, and I got a bunch of work to do, so I'm going to do that until they kick me out. And I hope I'm here for a long time. And I think with this team we put together, we're really going to start seeing that progress. It's taken a couple years for us to kind of continue to shape the roster and get guys around Foxy and HB and Rashawn, some of these guys that have been here. But I think for us, that's what we see our job as, and as long as we're here, we're going to do it.
Okay. Let's play a little game. Let's play a little game.
I like games.
You be Deuce Mason.
Okay.
And I'll be Monte McNair, my guy.
Gotcha. Hey, Monty, your contract is up this offseason. We wonder, have you had any contract extension talks? Is that going to happen later?
Is it on the internet or so? I don't know what's going on here. It's on the internet? I don't know. No, seriously. I mean, I'm the GM right now. And, me and my team were just working hard. And I was walking in Delco and I went to a Holiday Inn earlier today. And man, this one is very vintage. And, we're just out here and there's a Holiday Inn down the street and it's not far from Old Stack. And, that's all we can do is just go to that Holiday Inn and make sure that it's nice for the future.
Yeah. So the contract, Monty. Did you
Well,
happening later? Or?
I mean, it's right next to the Yard House, so that is a good place for that Holiday Inn to be. They've got a restaurant next to it, and yeah, they've got a parking structure over there, and they're building up a little bit in Old Sac, and it's just a really good place to be in downtown Sacramento.
Monty, I'm beginning to think you're not going to answer my question.
I had to hear that twice. I said, what does Foxy have to do with any of this?
Yeah, like no one asked, literally no one asked about De'Aaron Fox. Hey, but since we're here, could we come up with something other than Foxy?
Is Foxy the new TT?
Well, no, Foxy been around. There's no new TT. I want TT abolished from this organization's history. But Foxy's been around longer. I just don't know. I don't know. Was it Doug? I don't know where that started.
I feel like it might have been Alvin.
Was it? Oh, I think it was Doug. I don't think it was Alvin. It wasn't Alvin. It definitely wasn't Alvin. Because that name's been around for a while. Yeah. So Monty says he hopes he's the general manager doesn't say anything. Again, Deuce asked 2 questions, gave him an out. He didn't answer either of them, but said he'll be here till they kick him out, and he's hoping to be here for a long time.
Well, okay. All right. I mean, that's fine. Now, look, once again,
yep.
I'm the king of what do you expect them to say? What do you really want them to say? I don't expect. That's a great question by Deuce. Like, you got to ask the question.
You got to ask it. Absolutely.
There's no problem with that. But Monty's not going to talk about whether or not they've had.
You're damn right. I want to be the richest general manager in the league, Deuce. That's what I want, buddy.
He's not going to do that. And especially Monte McNair. Because Monte McNair, look, that's my boy. That's my boy, Monte McNair. Monty McNair. Mm-hmm. But he'll avoid a question. Mm-hmm. He ain't going to answer nothing, really. And he don't have to. So I get it. Great job by Deuce asking a question. And great job by Monty hitting it with that Euro step.
Yeah, but the ball rolled off the rim. I think he's getting an extension. Whether talks are happening right now or not. I think he's getting an extension, and I feel like it'll be announced before the season starts. I don't know why. Early? I do. Like, you're really going to enter the season with a lame duck general manager?
I mean, it's not ideal.
I mean, it's not uncommon either. Like, it's not, it's not like coaches where you almost never see a coach enter the final year of their deal. But still, maybe this is the common thing when you bring this up is it feels like he did something good, but we've got to see the results on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to see it a little bit. Like, I think I'm with everybody else here. I would absolutely be giving him a contract extension right now. Let's just keep the good vibes and the security of his job right there where it's at right now, or greater than where it's at right now. But there could be, the decision maker, whether it's Vivek or anybody else, who wants to see some type of results before they commit. And I don't know. I guess I understand that. I wouldn't do it, but I guess.
I mean, it goes to some of the things we've talked about in the past amongst ourselves and with James. When you look back at his tenure here, he acknowledges there in that clip that it's taken a while to get to this point that they are. I think De'Aaron said yesterday, we'll find this sound for you as well. I think De'Aaron said yesterday, this is the most talent I've had on an NBA roster in my time here, something along those lines. And so you look at Monty's first off season, which, it's tough to judge. It's August of 2020, remember? And he wasn't even hired in August of 2020. That's when the process started for the Sacramento Kings. And then it's that, it's the short off season into another shortened season. You have a condensed draft process. You have a condensed free agency process. You have all these different things. And that's when Hassan Whiteside and Glenn Robinson III come in. Oh, okay. And he doesn't. He doesn't, but it didn't work. So it's fine that you like him, but it didn't work.
No, it didn't work at all.
And then you have a slightly more impactful trade deadline with Mo Harkless, and I think that's when Terrence Davis came in, and you had a couple of guys come in there and addressing the toughness, and ultimately that falls flat too. So but you've slowly been able to form this roster into a group of individuals that not only it appears you like because you were doing this with Luke Walton and then ultimately Alvin Gentry as your head coach, but a roster, and this is a really important part of this whole offseason, is it's a roster that I think fits Mike Brown. And that's a really important part of this whole thing too, is you want to have you want a coach who can implement a game plan the way he wants with a roster that gets it, with a roster that will understand it. And I think Monty has worked really hard to do that.
Yeah. No, I think he has too. And I think with everything that he's done, we talked about it yesterday with James. I mean, there's only 3 guys there. Harrison Barnes brought it up. There's only 3 guys there from when he took over, when Monte McNair took over.
Yeah, HB, Rashawn and De'Aaron.
Yeah. And 2 of those guys could have been gone, might have been, you know what I mean? The only one that's really solidified is De'Aaron Fox. And it would just really make no real sense to allow somebody to, just on a surface level, I guess, to allow somebody to come in and do that to your organization and then say, all right, move on. Like that don't make any real sense. So I would think just by giving him the leeway to move on from different players and do different things, that you'd be already planning to bring him back. I mean, even go a little deeper than that. You let him get rid of one of your franchise players. You allowed him to do that. I don't think you would allow anybody to do that if you didn't plan on keeping them around.
The greatest young point guard in NBA history.
Little Magic.
Irvin Magic Halliburton.
He's the Magic. Magic Johnson is a little Magic. Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah. If only Irvin had that type of hype coming into the league. Here's De'Aaron Fox talking about communication with the coaching staff and the line we were just talking about, this being the most talented roster that he's been on, this courtesy of our buddy Matt George.
Once we hired all the new guys, the communication has been top notch. Everybody knows exactly what they have going on for the next week. So it's something that's been different with kind of just how much attention to detail, like how much time you're going to be in there, how much time you're going to be out here. Let them know before 5 or 6 o'clock everybody will know what's going to happen tomorrow. So no one's ever really surprised by, what's going on.
And with respect to previous Kings teams, I think it's easy for us to say this is probably the most talent you've had surrounding you. Do you kind of agree with that? Oh, yeah, definitely. And we have a lot of guys that can do a lot of different things. And then, for me, it's being with Luke. He's taught me how to play without the ball. So we've done a lot of – it's been a great summer, I would say that.
There you go. It's been a great summer. Says this team's leader, De'Aaron Fox.
He's in a good place, man. He's in a good place. At least it seems like it. In a good place.
I know one thing because I'm looking at him right now. 10 pounds of muscle, 10 pounds of anything this offseason. Like he looks lean.
That's what our guy Mark Jones was. I think he tweeted it out. He was talking about the Kings and he said De'Aaron Fox is going to be better on defense because he looks a little lighter. Looks swift.
Okay, swift.
I don't know if he said swift, but
I think good old JR used to say, he's not quick, he's sudden. It's going to be.
Good old JR will be like, there he is, man, 6'6", 225 out of the University of Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, calm down, Mel Kiper.
That's what he would do. That's what he would do indeed. But it's got to be encouraging. I mean, that's the like I guess I'll pose it as a question rather than a statement. Are Kings fans encouraged by any of this, or is it just whatever? We've lived through the heartache before. Just go win some basketball games. Like we're not encouraged by communication. We're not encouraged by what Rashawn Holmes said about being locked in and focused. We're not concerned about any of that. We're only concerned about whether this team wins or loses.
I think it's a combination of both, to be honest with you. I hope that doesn't sound like a cop-out answer, but that's what it is. But because I do think people are excited. Like, I think we're excited, but we're also not saying, like, you have to show us. You have to show us. We're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt based on your history and your recent history, where we said all these things last year. Mm-hmm. You guys said a bunch of stuff last year. And I thought that at the end of the season last year, there was no way that people could get excited for the Kings coming into the season, because they had just kind of had enough. Not that they were leaving the team or anything, but they wouldn't be able to get excited. We're excited. We are excited for the season, but there's still a healthy dose of, all right, you got us excited, but what we're expecting, we don't have those type of expectations until we actually see it on the court.
So what are the next, like, what day is it? 3 weeks, 4 weeks going to be like? Are we just treading water, like waiting to get to opening night?
To be honest with you, this is why our guy Sean Cunningham thinks it's going to be a boring training camp, because there's not really much that can come out of this. The only things that can really come out of this that might change the tenor or change the energy around this team is if Davion or Keegan are like unstoppable. And reports in training camp are like, nobody can guard these guys. And then we see a couple preseason games and it's like, these guys are looking a real deal. Now that's going to be a lot different between training camp and preseason in the regular season games. But if you hear those things, that may get people a little more excited or give them some juice during training camp. But I think that's really about it. I could be wrong, but De'Aaron Fox is killing that. We know he's good. He should be killing. We need to see it in the real game.
Neemias Queta has grown by leaps and bounds here over this 3 weeks. There's going to be a story about one of those guys. It's the nature of training camp.
Who do you think it's going to be?
I want it to be Queta, and I'll be perfectly happy with this too. I think it's going to be Keon Ellis.
So you're
Keon
saying
Ellis is the one people will be that you'll be hearing rave reviews about from Mike Brown or Jordy or Jay or whoever is speaking to the media. I don't know that those guys will be speaking to the media, but I think you'll be hearing about one of the young guys. I'm gonna go Keon Ellis.
You're saying that over Keegan?
Well, I think, but I think there's a certain expectation for Keegan.
Okay.
I think Keegan's going to go out there and hypothetically, Keegan goes out there, kills it, training camp, really good, has great preseason games. Yeah, that's why we took him at 4. He's the 4th, right? It was the 4 overall. He's the 4th overall pick in the draft. Of course, he's going to be good. Man, y'all see Keon Ellis? Oh, Keon be busting his ass in practice. Go ask De'Aaron Fox about Keon Ellis. Go ask Davion. Like I feel like he's going to be the guy that happens to.
You know who? We talked, is there anybody you're, interested in seeing? And I know how it's going to sound. I know they're going to be looked at as a stand. But, man, I can't wait to see that boy Malik Monk. I think Malik Monk I think Malik about to do work. I think he's about to do work here in Sacramento.
Real honest question.
Yeah.
Do you love me and Jesse more than Malik Monk or no?
Yes.
But it's close, right? Like it's really close. Okay.
I'll tell you, man, I think Malik about to do work, bro. I think he about to do work.
I think I thought James laid out the point why so many people are assuming Kevin Huerter's the starter over Malik Monk. But I do think it's interesting if you're Malik Monk, like, y'all just gonna gloss over me like that, okay? Like, I'll show you. Like, I had a pretty good season last year.
Yeah,
I know my team stunk. And if you want to put that on me, like that's do your thing. But that wasn't on me. I tried to make the best of a bad situation last year. I don't know. I feel like that conversation has just kind of been and by the way, I don't mean it like no one's saying Malik Monk isn't going to have a huge role on this team. I just think it's so interesting that he's automatically slotted as, oh no, Kevin Huerter's going to start.
Yeah.
Oh,
I understand.
Okay.
Malik Monk is a walking bucket, as the kids like to say, as the ballers like to say, who's entering the peak of his powers.
Okay.
And that is that might be a show. That might be a show.
And he wants he's going to be playing for money. Like he signed a bargain. Like
part of what makes me feel this way is what I think about Malik Monk, but also my paranoia for what usually happens with the Kings. Because I remember James Ham always saying, man, they should have signed him to a 3-year deal, like whatever. I think Malik Monk is going to tear it up for 2 years. Kings are going to make the playoffs, and we'll be stressing out like, I don't know if we can afford Malik Monk. Like I could see that happening.
We'll talk more about that. You'll hear from Domas as well, Domantas Sabonis. He was all smiles yesterday, just grinning from ear to ear. And I got a take on Domantas Sabonis. I don't feel like it's a hot one though, at all.
Okay.
We'll touch on that. Talk more about De'Aaron Fox. The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing coming up. By the way, I don't think we've mentioned this all day. Eric Crocker's coming up at 2:30. Jason Jones may or may not be joining us.
He's working on it. He said he might be a little late, but he'll be in.
And former Sacramento King Mike Bibby is going to be with us.
Nice.
Today on the stream, coming up at 3:30. So that's all happening here today on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We're really going to cross our fingers with Mike because I've been down this road before. You honest to God never know. This is yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could definitely do that. I need one of those things that allows me to move a chair on carpet. I'm not like Kenny with those heated hardwood floors everywhere.
Stop it.
I need to put
no.
That's man. Reese told me he just walk around barefoot and them floors just warm his feet up.
These people, they do walk around barefoot. I can't walk around barefoot on carpet. I don't like to do it.
You barefoot like no socks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I walk around barefoot on the carpet for sure. For sure.
Or your feet will get dirty. I mean, me personally, it's just I might have patent leather 11s on walking around out like I'm not. I always got something on my feet.
That's
always
crazy.
Socks, Crocs, slides. Yeah,
I've worn the same pair of Nike Flyknits every day for 2 years.
got a streak going.
Those are just the shoes that I wear in the house.
I watched they got the NBA Today on in the background, and They were showing these Kawhi highlights. They did like a Kawhi story. Damn, Kawhi is a problem. He is a problem. If he comes back healthy. Yeah, Sean know what time it is, bruh. I do sometimes, but it's still with slides on. No,
that's psychotic behavior. You know, Impact Wrestling has a channel where they just air all day. It's just Impact.
Still around?
Yeah. But they air like their whole, it's like their version of the WWE network. It's just on a station. I never got into it, but like the numbers say they were cooking. I wasn't going to invest my time in another wrestling company. Oh, this is one of the 6-sided ring joints. I don't even know who this dude is in the ring, but he's a monster. This must be one of the early ones. Well, because there's Dusty and Shane Douglas.
Shane Douglas. Wow.
Yeah, 6-sided that's pre-Hogan and Bischoff, I think, which was 04.
I know because he was.
I mean, Dean
Douglas was. He wasn't like this legend, but for whatever reason, maybe they pushed him real hard.
Well, no, it was because he was so bad. Like the gimmick was so bad, but he was a star in ECW. That's where he was a star. So if you've ever watched like the ECW stuff, that's where you know Shane Douglas from. Oh yeah, those dudes hated his guts. Absolutely hated his guts.
You know what bothers me about Kevin Nash is he seems like he was a little bit of a gatekeeper. It's like, settle down.
I also think a lot of things like Kevin and Scott used to say were just like lies. Like I just think those guys like telling stories, and that's all they did was tell stories.
Oh, he hated Goldberg. He hated Goldberg. They I watched, one of his stories or whatever, and they kind of did Goldberg a little wrong. Like they never embraced him. It seemed like
they didn't the first time around. They didn't the first time he was in the company. They didn't. Really want to finish the conversation.
I want to hear it.
We're only show where we look forward to the next commercial break. We tease conversations for the upcoming commercial breaks on the live stream on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're even live on Twitter right now at ESPN1320. If you don't want to watch now, you don't have time to watch the whole show now, just check in, hit the subscribe button, come back, check us out later, peep the show highlights that we put up throughout the day, and there'll be some highlights today for sure. Eric Crocker, man, you thought Kenny went off yesterday, boy. Eric Crocker had some things to say about Jimmy Garoppolo and the San Francisco 49ers as well. He's going to be with us coming up around 2:20 or so. Jason Jones, we think, is going to join us near the top of the hour. Mike Bibby is going to be with us at 3:30.
You heard him correctly. Say it again. I don't think they heard you right. Like,
Mike Bibby, Mike's
over. Mike Bibby.
Yeah, Mike's got some things. Well, I glossed over it because I've been down this road with Mike, and the way I should properly state it is, I hope Mike Bibby is with us at 3:30. I can tell you this: I'm working with Mike Bibby's people for Mike Bibby to be with us at 3:30. Now, whether Mike Bibby is actually here at 3:30. We'll all find out together, but he's got the link. He's set to join the live stream. He's got some things cooking that we're going to talk about here coming up around 3:30 or so. So one way or another, we're going to see Mike today. Might be at 5 o'clock, but we're going to see Mike today. And we'll talk to him. If he's showing up at 5 o'clock, it's going to be a special edition of Corners of the Culture. I'll tell you that. So that's all ahead here on today's show. Again, Mike is going to join us on the video stream for those who want to see how much weight he's lifting right now. Before we get back to the Sacramento Kings, though.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
Yes, Indy. The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Have your old roof inspected. Find out about solar panels. Maybe you need an electric charger put in. A lot of people driving around electric vehicles. You can listen to us. 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2, the real 98 Rock, in your electric vehicle. But no matter what you're looking for, ACR Solar and Roofing can take care of you. They'll put together a comprehensive plan for you to help you lower those energy bills. Again, 916-481-7200. It's comical how Tony Pollard has just snatched Ezekiel Elliott's job from him. 13 carries, 105 yards. The Cowboys beat the New York Giants last night. Cooper Rush now 3-0. As a starting quarterback, Tony Pollard gets the Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. And he already gets the RB1 job for the Dallas Cowboys.
I mean, I'm surprised you didn't show respect for new starting Cowboys quarterback, Cooper Rush. This is the pattern. This is what happens. Star quarterback goes down, backup comes in, plays well. He's the new quarterback. Is Dak getting his job back?
If I'm Dak, I ain't really worried about it. That check's going to clear.
Don't matter.
That's why you sign those deals. That check. Oh, you don't want me? You don't love me? That's cool. Run with Cooper Rush. Go ahead. I got somewhere else to be. He did. This is. I don't know how realistic this is. He did hint he could be back next week.
I think I joke about it a little bit, but I do think like there's got to be part of Dak that sees what's going on. It's like,
okay,
damn.
Okay,
Get in there.
Okay, this is tongue in cheek. This is fun. This is the haha. All right, we got a little haha here. But because it's sports talk, because it's sports media, let's stop for a second.
Mm-hmm.
No. You beat the New York Giants. Stop that. You beat Daniel Jones.
Beat the Bengals.
And what's that mean?
They went to the Super Bowl last year.
Last year?
Look,
last year ain't this year.
I'm not giving Dak's starting spot away. I'm not doing that. But what I am telling you is there is human nature. If I was Dak,
you hate Dak Prescott. Everybody who listens to this show knows you hate Dak Prescott.
The media has to stop this nasty propaganda that I hate.
We all heard it.
It's nasty. But you know, I'd be let me get back. I've been in those situations before. I got hurt. Backup point guard comes in, plays real well, looks real good. Oh, man, I need to get back out there. It's human nature.
That's how I felt when I went on vacation. I thought, man, Kenny and James ain't gonna need me back. This is it. I'm staying in New York forever.
We always need Damian back, man. Come on now, stop playing.
And the Cowboys need Dak Prescott back. Hey, it's
they
cute.
Want to do anything this year? Absolutely.
You've won a couple of games. Like it's cute. Cooper Rush is not your quarterback of the future. You cut Cooper Rush.
Where is Cooper Rush from? Like, how long have you been in the league? Like, what's going on with Cooper Rush?
All I know is they cut him. There was no QB2.
No.
He is a quarterback from, is it Central Michigan? Yeah, he played college. He was Central Michigan. Ooh, undrafted free agent. Does that sound like anybody you know?
That's what I'm saying. It happens all the time with Dallas, man. All the time.
He went to a college with a direction in it. Central, undrafted free agent. Does this sound like anybody? Eastern. All right, there it is. Confirmed.
Said undrafted, and then that changed everything. I was going to say Jimmy G, James
Cooper,
G.
No, Cooper Rush is the in fact the next Tony Romo. He is
Who
in
did
fact.
I think was the next Tony Romo last year?
Oh God, wasn't it Cooper Rush?
No, because the guy had like an Italian last name. That's why I thought he was Tony Romo.
Oh, who was that?
I can't remember.
It was
Ben
DiNucci, wasn't it?
Ben DiNucci. That's who it was. Ben DiNucci. You're so man. You trying to find the next Tony Romo? You trying to find the next Dak Prescott?
DiNucci.
We got. I don't think he's in the league anymore. Is he?
I doubt it.
Nick,
absolutely
DiNucci.
doubt it.
Why am I like it's amusing that I think I can spell DiNucci. Got to be kidding me. Nick DiNucci. Unbelievable. Looking at a tweet from Hammer right now. Looks like practice is underway. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's
practice
go.
is underway. All right.
Shout out to Tony Pollard, though. Congratulations to him winning the Ceiling is the Roof Player of the Night.
Indeed. And the Dallas Cowboys beat the New York Giants last night. We'll do week 3, our power rankings for week number 3 coming up here in just a couple of minutes.
So, yeah, we're going to have the power rankings for sure. And
I wonder if you talked me out of picking the Cowboys in the D'Lo and KC pick.
How's that my fault?
Because I feel like I was going to pick the Cowboys, and then you start talking about
what
what's his name? I'm going to find out. No, not Saquon.
The coach.
Daniel Jones. How do I go back to the week prior? Why can't I see what happened?
I think I'm in 30th place.
Let's see who's leading right now. Tony Jimenez is leading. Mr. Rancho right behind. Jackson Wrigley's up there. Who else? John Bull.
Oh, okay, John Bull.
Despite being a Bears fan, coming in strong. Michael Wood here at the top. Toya's up there. Oh yeah. There's some. Oh, Bryce, we see you, Bryce. Not too far behind. I don't see.
Think I'm in the 30s.
No, you're Jesse and Kenny tied for 41.
Oh, not even in the 30s.
Where am I?
24 is my number.
Oh my.
The leader is at 30, so I'm 6 games off.
Oh my. I'm a little bit lower than that.
We're still scrolling.
Oh, no. I found it. Shut up. I found it.
Oh, no.
I found it. It's not good, but I found it.
Wait a minute.
We'll just say I'm a couple games back from you. Let's just say that I'm a couple games. I had a really bad week 1, and that's put me in the position that we're in.
For the record, I'm in 28th. By the way, Kenny is tied with Jesse Senior.
Okay.
Well, we've got to find a different way to name these. Yeah, moving forward, Jesse Senior needs to be Mr. Tapia. That way we could keep track of this.
So one of the things that I'm doing,
I saw a peek into Mr. Tapia's home though on IG after the Dolphins got that win. Oh, the whole family was turned. Oh my God.
Oh boy, I know it was lit.
There was a party at the Tapia's house on Sunday, boy.
Oh yeah, no, for real. Wait, this weekend?
Yeah, this weekend.
That was my uncle's house. They were in Tracy this past weekend.
Oh, okay. There was Dolphins jerseys everywhere.
That's probably like the 10 Dolphins fans in California. We're all family.
That's fantastic.
Whole family out there. I'm looking through the standings right now, and I'm looking for the worst record of anybody who's done all 3 weeks. And that distinction goes to Nick Vasquez.
Hey, congratulations, Nick.
What's 17 points. He had 7 the first week,
Oh, good
5
start.
the second and 5 the next.
Ouch.
You know who's 1 point ahead? Who's played all 3 weeks?
Who?
Will Z.
Oh, can't trust him. Never trust a big stat and a smile.
Somebody, the SPM 210, I don't think for whatever reason didn't play the second week. Is this right? There was 12 games. You got all 12 right this past week.
Okay. That's impressive.
That is impressive.
I'm just glad the Panthers finally won a football game.
Who cares?
I'm glad the Panthers finally won a football game, and I didn't bail on them. Like
and although the Saints are looking funny in the light. Remember in CBS
they didn't look good before. Yeah, they didn't look good before. That's because CBS is stupid. We were calling it like, what are you talking about? This is the 6th best team in the NFL. Get out of here. Y'all trying to make yourselves look too smart when you do stuff like that. Stop it. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
So this is funny because I told you guys I was out and about on Sunday. You know, I was traveling back. It wasn't really locked into to an NFL Sunday the way I normally would be if I was at the house. And then by the time I got back home, the Niners had lost. And, you know, there were no highlights being played in my house at that point. Like, I rewatched the game because I had to be on Sports Sunday. And I did that. And that was it. There was no more football. And it was a terrible Sunday because come to find out, Raising Kanan was on a 2-week break. I didn't even get a new episode of Raising Kanan.
That's
just a terrible Sunday night. I say all this to say, as like literally, I'm like fine tuning some things for my power rankings as we speak. And I was looking at the standings. The Vikings came back and won. This whole time, I thought the Lions won and went to 2-1. They blew that game.
Yeah, they scored 14 in the 4th.
Wow.
Yeah.
They were up like halfway through the 4th.
Goff was slanging. Goff was slanging.
I feel like they were up
quarters.
10 to 14 points halfway through the 4th quarter, and they came back and blew it. Sorry, Coach Chris.
Yeah.
Damn.
They blew it. Poor Dan Campbell looking for his 2nd win on the season. And it wasn't happening for them.
Damn.
It was a sneaky good week in the NFL. Like the games, the matchups weren't particularly sexy, but there were close games. I mean, the Packers-Bucks game was, I mean, we joke about the 11-10. That was 14-12. A lot of low scores, come to think about it. The Rams beat the Cardinals 20-10. There were a lot of low scores in the NFL this week. So we've got our power rankings coming up. 3 things we learned in week 3 of the NFL season on the way as well. And we'll talk 49ers football with Eric Crocker when he joins us coming up in about an hour and 10 minutes or so. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch and YouTube as well. Mike Bibby coming up in the final hour of the show. Practice jumping off right now. Did you see episode 3 of the run dropped?
I missed. Yeah, I saw it dropped. I haven't watched. I've seen little clips here and there, but I haven't watched the whole thing yet. People say it's great. Like the whole thing is.
It's a great series.
Great.
Yeah, that team, that digital team for the Sacramento Kings has done a tremendous job. Shout out to my man
Kenny over there.
Shout out to all of them. Yeah, they're killing it. I love Kada though. Like it has some strong, because there's a strong summer league component to all of this, and this has some strong like Hard Knocks vibes, where like who's the player you really want to latch on to this season? Who's the guy? Not the Fox, not the star player, but who's the guy who you can learn a little bit about and really latch to. And there were guys with prominent camera time in this episode. Namias Kada, who I already love, Keon Ellis, who we talked about earlier, and Keegan Murray, who Keegan is just so like awkward. He's just like, he's one of those guys who I think is uncomfortable talking in front of a camera. So he kind of talks with that like half smile on his face that I think we do is almost like a a defense. It's like a nervous mechanism where we just like we kind of smile because we're uncomfortable.
Right.
That's what I think. That's what I think Keegan Murray is. Like every time the camera went on him, he has this half-ass grin on his face as he's talking, and I think it's just because he's just not comfortable with this camera shoved in his face yet. But he's very dull, but he's a really likable young man. But man, Keon Ellis and Nehemias Queta really stood out in this episode to me. Two guys I already liked, by the way. But if you're watching this series and you're looking for guys to latch on to, man, those guys got big personalities.
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see those guys. Keegan Murray, I see the same thing that you see when he's in front of the camera. It's actually adorable. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like it's
very childlike.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to say shy, but he is. It is.
That's what it is. It's 100% what it is.
And he does his. He answers his question, his little obligation or whatever, and moves on. So I'm interested in seeing him. I wonder now that they're going to be here. Like I'm assuming they're going to continue this series a little bit, and a lot of it had to do.
Oh, I hope so.
I think from the clips that I see, a lot of it had to do with Summer League, right? Mm-hmm. So now they'll be here, and you'll see the other guys. You'll see the Sabonises, the Fox, Davion, Monk, Herter. I want to see if those guys will be incorporated a little bit more into the series now that they'll be here. I'm sure they're going to run it through training camp. I don't know if they're going to keep it up during the regular season, but I'm sure they'll do something like that for training camp. So I'm interested to see those guys and how they interact behind the scenes.
I like the Davion look yesterday too, by the way. I don't know if you caught that. Yeah, but it was very clean. Like he had some pattern in there. He had some juices and berries.
Oh yeah,
like that was a good look for him.
Just like our guy Trey Lyles did, but you guys kept on trying to front on Trey. That's messed up, man. He had a little something in his ear. He had a taper. He had a little bit of lineup. It's not his fault. The hairline is doing what it's doing. It's not his fault. He's working with it.
No,
stop playing with him, man. No,
Trey looked fine yesterday.
He may need to go to Northgate.
I can send him. I can send him to my guy Darren out here. I can get it. I can go to Amazon and send him the stuff I use. You do that right. You get my guy. My guy's clean. He makes it all blend in. Like, hey, just a little get a little card. Just don't get aggressive with the spray. You don't want to look like you painted. Just. Be good to go. You probably now. You did you see LeBron yesterday?
I did.
LeBron looked like $1 million yesterday.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna look like that in practice, but he looked like $1 million in media.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So he's not gonna look like that today. He's not gonna look like that when he's getting up and down the floor. But when you got to be in front of it, just get the card, line.
You're good to go.
Learn to do it. You got to practice. It's tough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
sometimes you got a couple times.
Sometimes you got to erase it and start over. It happens. It happens. Yeah, you got to clean it up.
Well, what would y'all do? I was thinking about this last night. What would y'all do if I grew my hair out and got the replacement hair thing?
I don't know. I don't know because I don't know how bad it is up there. Like I don't.
Oh, I don't grow
really
it out
know.
for y'all to see that. I'm telling you, I would grow it out and get the.
Well, you could tell. Okay. I can't remember what Floyd looks like.
Floyd had a baldy. He had a baldy for a minute, and then he got whatever treatment he needed to bring it back.
But like the baldy in the back, or like the baldy, like the receding hairline, or like the full-on George Jefferson.
He had a receding hairline.
Because I think Bobby got the George Jefferson thing going on. That's why he just stay.
Bobby Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's usually what it is. Like it could be a mess, and you just say, "Forget it. I'm gonna just shave it off." But I was watching a commercial last night, and the study is so much more advanced than it was even 10 years ago to get there. Like you can get, if I had money and patience and like really wanted to do it, I could get it all the way back. Like that's how advanced this stuff is. I don't really want to invest that type of money into it because I don't care that much. I'm fine how I am, and I don't know if I got the time for all that. But I was thinking about that last night. Like, what if I brought it all the way back?
I don't even know it. So for you, does it go back? Is that what yours does? Your hairline is back?
It's receding. Yeah, it receded.
Like corners?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's tough. You gotta because I'm my spray technique, it works now. I know it ain't gonna work forever though, because pretty soon I ain't coming in with have my head painted. Like that ain't gonna work. So I don't know. But when you got a camera in front of you, you can just hit the little be good.
You're good.
That's
Looks good right now.
Yeah, I mean it's easy to do. It's easy to do for the home camera. It's gonna be a lot different during King season. That's work. Like leaving the house and being around, that's different than just sitting in front of the camera all day.
Yeah.
That's a whole different battle. My day starts a lot earlier now since I met my current barber. My day starts a lot earlier. James talking about, I didn't want to look like I went to media day right after the haircut. Like James, we are very different. My hair is getting cut the day of opening day.
I'll tell you, leaving the barber shop, going to media day.
Why in Atlanta they have barbershops at the stadium. At the arena, they have a barbershop there in Atlanta. And I think
Mark Jones get his haircut there.
Did he?
I think he was broadcasting the game there, and they showed him like before the game getting his haircut there.
Not everyone will understand, man, but that's what you got to do.
Gotta be fresh.
That's what you got to do.
As fresh as you can be.
Trey Lyles looked fine. I loved Davion's look yesterday, though. I can rock with that.
Nasty. Say Casey gonna pull up like Jimmy Butler.
Casey gonna look like oh man, Mekhi Phifer in 8 Mile. On that nasty ass wig he had on that entire movie.
As Kanye once said, I was in too deep like Mekhi Phife. That was Omar Epps.
Oh God,
that was Omar Epps in that movie, sir.
Oh, Kanye. We'll come back. Other media days around the league. We'll look at some of the highlights, including Kyrie, the Phoenix Suns, and Russell Westbrook knows he is not wanted in Los Angeles. He don't care.
Show some respect.
Plus 3 things we learned in week 3 of the NFL season. That's all coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Kyle, is a good point. Dion brought it back too. Dion was rocking the Baldy for years and just came back with a hairline now. I wonder how long that would take, though. I wonder how long.
It's the what's it called? Is it the plugs?
I don't know what, but I don't. Maybe it is, but they take the follicles out. So like wherever your hair grows normally, they pull a couple follicles out from there, and like I guess insert them into.
That sounds awful.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep.
That is crazy. Yeah, I miss going into the barbershop, but I don't really miss going into the barbershop. Yeah, I'm saying, go out to Northgate. Take care of you.
Better images. See my guy Tori. Yep. I had 2 in Sacramento. I went to Torrey, but then I had one in Connecticut. I had a really, really good one in Tennessee. And then my guy Darren.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I went to Dorian's on Florin Road for a long time, and then my man. Damn, I forgot my man's name on the top of my head. He was my dude too. But it wasn't his name. I know Chico was in there. Chico and my man Al, that was his name. They left Dorian's and went to this place across the street from Christian Brothers. And then I just went with them because he was always cutting my hair at Dorian's. And then last time I was in there, they had like a battle of the barbershops basketball tournament out of McClatchy Park. That thing was lit. It was looking like the shootout in Above the Rim. That thing was popping. And that was like the last time I played. I think after that I started going with the Baldy.
Was that Wood's first movie?
It might have been. I don't remember seeing him before that. It might have been. I feel like I saw him. When
could probably look.
It probably was, but when was he on Martin? Because he was when Martin would do the Kung Fu guy, he was the assistant. So I don't know what year that was.
So 94. So it's his first movie.
Yeah, he was in Martin before that, I think.
He's not listed on Martin's not on his list here.
He beat his ass one time and took his money that he owed him.
First major role in the basketball drama Above the Rim.
What a damn classic. I'm gonna have to watch that with Reese. What a classic.
He had a lot of, I mean, not everyone will know, but he's had a lot of like, I don't want to throw like iconic around. Avon Barksdale is an iconic role.
Yeah.
But he's had a lot of like really memorable, impactful roles in his career.
Maybe
you think for the culture, maybe. Yeah. Like, I mean, I think a lot of people will know him from Remember the Titans, but we'll know like Above the Rim.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying
Paid in Full.
We can bring it on. I know we can bring it on.
He's a bad dude, man.
And like I said, I'm not saying it is necessarily the same as Avon Barksdale. Maybe I am saying that, but Ace and Paid in Full.
Yeah, it's
that's an iconic character right there.
But Paid in Full is a very
cult classic.
Yeah. Like Avon Barksdale is different. Like Avon Barksdale I think Avon Barksdale is legit iconic. We're talking about the actor Wood Harris, by the way. Some of you may know Wood Harris more from like Remember the Titans. We were talking about how this dude is, how he has been a part of like some of the most classic roles. I knew we couldn't do it yesterday, and I think it came out yesterday, but Rolling Stone, and I got really nervous when I saw this, released their top 100 TV shows of all time. Now, this went really, really bad when they did the top 100 hip hop albums of all time. I mean, I don't know. The Mary Tyler Moore Show, they have it at number 10. Atlanta at number 9. Wow, Atlanta's in its final season right now.
Really high. I love Atlanta. That seems really high.
It's a brilliantly written TV show, but it's also it's the Terrell Davis. Like your run is incredible. It's really short though.
It's short and
it's really short.
And I enjoyed it, but you can't be in the top 10 with season 3. Like it was cool, but season 3, and I enjoyed it.
I mean, The Wire, I think, is only 6 seasons.
No,
Atlanta's going to ultimately be 4.
I'm not talking about the length of the show. I'm talking about season 3 was was not like this legendary season.
Oh, I think you're wrong. Atlanta season 3 was wild. It was
wild.
really
it was
different.
Nowhere near as good as
it was different. I strongly disagree. I strongly disagree.
Season.
It was really good.
No, it was good. I enjoyed it. It was so far and away not as good as 1 and 2. It's not even close.
I do not agree with you. I do not agree with you at all. I do not agree with you at all. It's very different and almost can't even be looked at as the same. But I strongly disagree with you. The reparations episode is the wildest 30 minutes of television in history. Like that
was some good stuff. Right?
That was crazy.
So good stuff.
Like the mind that writes that is insane.
That was so good. I'm not going to argue too hard because I enjoyed the season, but I don't think it was anywhere near 1 and 2.
Cheers at number 8. Mad Men. Never seen an episode of Mad Men. Have always wanted to watch it, but have never have. Yeah, that's number 7. I was surprised at this. Seinfeld at number 6.
You thought that would be number 1?
I didn't think it'd be number 1. I thought it would be higher. Some show called Fleabag.
Oh, come on, man.
3 seasons. It's a BBC show it's on Amazon. I'm not familiar. And then this, I think this is when I saw this. When I saw number 4, I knew what was number 1, and I think they got it wrong. But it's an opinionated list, so I can make my own. The Wire at number 4, Breaking Bad at number 3, The Simpsons at number 2.
The Simpsons is a damn good show. Simpsons actually. Like it's a testament. It's great that it's still on. It hasn't been good for like 10, 15 years.
You're applauding its longevity more than anything else. Like if you told me the Simpsons wasn't on, I have no, like, you could tell me whatever you want. I assume, because I feel like if they had aired, it says 89 to present. That's incredible. Like I'm not going to diminish that, but you're telling me that the Simpsons is in the category of The Wire, Breaking Bad, and their number 1 show, The Sopranos?
Absolutely not.
I don't think so.
And look, hey, Jesse, edit this part of the live broadcast if you can. So we're gonna I just want to be clear. We're not gonna acknowledge the Cosby Show. That's what we're doing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I'm going to say that's the reason why it's not in the top 5.
That's probably true. Let me take a peek here. I mean, 30 Rock. Let's see, SNL. I actually didn't even think to because I'm a good person. I've erased that from my memory. Probably a horribly underrated show on this list, even though it's 13th. Is Veep. Veep is an extraordinary show.
Never seen it.
It's Roots got number 29. My goodness. Friday Night Lights 28. Yeah, I'm guessing because I'm at 25 now that they've just erased the Cosby Show from this.
That's what they're gonna do. That's what they're gonna do. I'm not here to argue. I just wanted to be sure that's what we're doing, because if that had never happened, that's top 5.
These fools really put The Office at 34. That's all right. You might be able to rewrite this whole list later, because Abbott Elementary is.
Oh man,
I don't know that there's a better show on television right now than Abbott Elementary.
That is the Giannis of TV shows right now.
Hey, it's week 3. Do you want to name a KCC champion or no? You just want to leave that joint vacant?
No, actually, I was ready.
Oh, okay. You was just waiting for me to bring it up?
Yeah, I was waiting for the time to do it.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, no time like the present. Oh, Lord. Now I've got to do this big dramatic. Like your whole federation is in shambles, and now you're making this dramatic. Will you just hand the title to somebody, for God's sakes?
It's that boy number 8. Lamar Jackson's got the strap right now. He won the KCC King of the Ring Battle Royale Championship. He has the KCC championship right now.
And no
KCC.
champion of the world.
Lamar Jackson.
Well, it's called Hot Shot in the Territory. That's what you just did right there with that title. You used the King of the Ring, Royal Rumble, Battle Royal, Andre the Giant, Memorial Main Event. Good Lord. Nothing wrong with the selection, though. Lamar is a bad dude. We've got things we've learned, 3 things we've learned in week 3 of the NFL season coming up here in about 15 minutes. One of the things I've learned is about Lamar Jackson. We'll touch on that. Let's stay in the NBA here for a few moments. We've been talking about the Sacramento Kings Media Day for quite a while, and there were other media days. Brooklyn's was interesting. KD said he's locked in. He's ready. You know, he's committed to the Brooklyn Nets moving forward. And Kyrie is still talking about not getting an extension. Kyrie reminded you real quick that he's still Kyrie Irving.
Well, I mean, it's Kyrie, man. It's Kyrie. That's who you're dealing with.
Can that team work with a messy version of Kyrie?
Yeah, I like to think so. I like to think they can. I'm not going to argue against anybody who says no, it's not going to work, you know, because I understand that. But I think they can. They've got enough of a vibe to them and the way they go about things where maybe they just let the talent speak for itself. They don't have to like each other. They don't have to always be on the same page. But they need everybody there. And when they get on the floor, they kind of ball out. I think that might be them.
Did you catch any of Phoenix's media day?
I saw.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Did you see DeAndre?
I didn't see DeAndre. I saw Devin Booker.
DeAndre does not want to be in Phoenix.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
DeAndre is not happy at all with the way that this offseason went.
I wonder what the issue is.
He got a I don't think he could have gotten a bigger contract, but he doesn't appear to be happy at all. And maybe that's his disposition. Maybe that's just his personality, and I haven't paid enough attention to it in the past. But we said this well before media day. The Phoenix Suns have strong Arizona Cardinals vibes, and that my issue with the Cardinals isn't their talent. My issue with the Cardinals is it feels like there's something off with that group, given the offseason that they had with Kyler Murray and everything that went on there. That's the same way I feel about Phoenix. Is there something off with that group based on the offseason that you had with DeAndre Ayton? We know there's a situation going on right now with Jay Crowder where you're attempting to move him. We believe you were involved in the Kevin Durant talks, and obviously that didn't go anywhere. It just, John Bull was in the chat talking about vibes earlier. This is bad vibes around the Phoenix Suns right now. And to me, they're that's when everyone talks about the depth of the Western Conference, the depth of the Western Conference, the depth of the Western Conference. I look at this and go, man, like I'm not suggesting, or at least I'm not trying to suggest that Phoenix is going to fall off a cliff. I just don't think Phoenix is a 60-win team anymore. And if things are off for them, like is Phoenix a 40-win team? Is that suddenly insurmountable for the Sacramento Kings to beat them a couple of times this year? When I talk about the depth of the conference, is like, is Memphis just going to run it back? Because if they fall back 4, 5, 6 games, that's 49, 48 wins for that group instead of 54, 55 wins. Is that insurmountable for the Sacramento Kings? Like, is that a team that the Sacramento Kings can't beat? That's why I need to see the depth before I buy into this conversation about how brutal the Western Conference is. It feels like that's a cliche from 5 years ago that some writers just hang on to.
It is a cliche that people just kind of throw out there because I say it like this. I think the entire league is stacked. I think you can make an argument the East is better than the West, but I look at the entire league and I'm like, everybody got a little something. Everybody got a little something. I don't think there's any easy games in the league right now. None. Like you can go through past years where, teams stink and there's nobody there and you can easily get a win there. I don't see that in the league right now. The closest thing to it is probably San Antonio. San Antonio really don't have much of anything. Yeah. Other than that, anybody can get anybody.
Even on teams like Houston, Detroit, Orlando, you can pick. You can pick
there. There's talent, big time talent.
I'm gonna point this out only because his name has come up so many times from Kings fans on this show. Anyone happen to catch Jonathan Isaac's quotes from yesterday from Orlando's? Yeah, they have no clue when he's going to play. He hasn't played in 2 years. You can't have a conversation about moves that you couldn't have a conversation this offseason about moves that the Kings should make without someone bringing up Jonathan Isaac's name. Oh, has to take a flyer on him. Dude has not played in 2 years. He's not starting the season. He said he's 100% confident he's playing this year. They're going to move him along very, very slowly. The dude might play 10 games this year. But you could find a Kings fan in your network who wants to take a flyer on Jonathan Isaac. Dude is going to wind up playing, God bless him. I hope he stays healthy, 10 to 20 games over a 3-year span. Man, I saw those quotes like, man, you have got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
I just hope this brother gets healthy and can play.
Likewise. It's one of those things where I think people love the thought of having a guy like Jonathan Isaac. That'd be great in theory, but the actual player can never stay healthy. He can never stay on the floor. So there's no flyer really to take on it. Like he's not going to stay healthy. And look, there's people like that I like that I want to go. Some people can make the argument that Cam Reddish is like that. Everybody knows I like Cam Reddish, but I recognize also that Cam Reddish has been hurt a lot in the 3-4 years he's been in the NBA. So yeah, the thought or the idea of Cam Reddish is great, but it doesn't matter how good the thought is if he can never play. Same thing with Jonathan Isaac. Yeah, that'd be great to have a guy like that who's 6'9" and can, guard 3 spots and can guard on that's great. Jonathan Isaac isn't that guy though.
I think Jesse asked the question one day, is Jonathan Isaac, are we at the point where he's just a myth? He's just a myth at this point. Like you're projecting what his game might be. You're hoping for what his game might be. I have no idea. Like you've got the size. You have things that you've seen in the past that you could sprinkle in your evaluation of him, but that was years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you do with that?
Yeah.
I have no idea. But I was floored when I was reading his transcript from Media Day yesterday that he seemed very positive and upbeat and happy in the whole thing. Like, that's great. I did not realize he wasn't going to start the season.
Yeah. That's tough, man. That's tough. Much like you, I hope he can get out there sooner rather than later, but it's looking like a lot. And then even when he gets out there, like, what is he going to look like?
I have no idea.
What's been taken away from his game and his body through all these years where he hasn't been able to stay healthy. I mean, he could possibly be a shell of himself.
Looks like Kings practice is the first day of Kings practice is wrapping up. Kevin Huerter was available for the media following today's practice. Here's Kevin Huerter, courtesy of ESPN 1320 Kings insider James.
Played with a big man like Domas and just sort of the way that you have to flow around him?
Honestly, I haven't, and that's something I've been excited about. It's tough to count high school. College-wise, I played with a big. Bruno Fernando ran the floor, blocked shots, played above the rim. In Atlanta, for the most part, played with Clint, who's running the floor, playing above the rim and blocking shots. And Domas has different strengths. Domas, he's much better of a passer. He sees the game. He's a cerebral big. He may not go up and block shots like those guys, but his position-wise is always in the right spot. And it's an adjustment, but obviously offensively, I'm really excited for it.
Again, there's Kevin Huerter following practice today talking about Domantas Sabonis.
I can't wait to see him either. I want to see what Kevin Hurt is going to be able to do out there.
I teased this, as they say in the business, earlier. And I don't think this is a hot take. You could tell me if it is. And I don't think I'm jumping off the cliff with this one. But I think Domantas Sabonis is going to be the Kings' best player this year. And I think part of the reason is, and you kind of opened your eyes, you opened my eyes to this. Your eyes are always open. You opened my eyes to this. I didn't realize Sabonis was third in the league in rebounding last year. And then I think the day after you said that, Bleacher Report put out their predictions about league leaders and categories, and like, yo, Domantas Sabonis is going to lead the league in rebounding.
Big fans of the show.
It's like, oh, of course they are. Why wouldn't they be? Thought, oh, okay. You start thinking about this, like, yo, Fox might average. Let's hope Fox does average 24, 25 points per game, and you know he has. Let's split the difference over the last couple of years, say 5.5, 6 assists per game. Those incredible numbers. So that's what everybody's hoping for. But if you've got Sabonis in a position where he's like 18 and 12, and he's the guy kind of directing the defense, and it could be a totally subjective conversation at that point, which is a win-win for Kings fans. I mean, to me, like that's having a huge impact on this team. And probably a lot of this is probably where it's predicated the most at is if this team is better defensively. I think a lot of that will start with Domantas Sabonis and what he's able to do. Even though, as Kevin Herter said, he's not that rim blocking guy that, you know, Clint Capella or some of the bigs that he's played with in the past are, but he's a guy who can help shape the defense quite a bit.
Yeah, that's not a crazy thought that he might end up being the best player on the team, or he may be that right now, or whatever the case may be. I get it. I still go with Fox, but I get it.
Yeah, it's not a again, it's a win-win for Kings fans. If you have De'Aaron Fox putting up numbers like I just put out there, but you have Domantas Sabonis in a position where he's leading the league in rebounding, and he's going to have to contribute on the offensive end as well. You know, I'm 16 to 20 points, 16 to 18 points, something along those lines. I think that's again things that we haven't seen for the Sacramento Kings. When you're in the vicinity of 14-7, 15-7, 15-8, like we've seen that. Those are Marvin's numbers. Like every year, those are Marvin's exact numbers every single year.
All right.
We need something, you know, different down there. We need a more impactful performance, especially on the boards. Because I guess Rashawn, because I don't think we've had that player on this team in a long time. Because the only person I can think of is Rashawn, because it wasn't Willie. It was Willie sometimes, like occasionally.
I mean, on a really super high level, it was DeMarcus.
Well, yeah, but that was a minute ago.
It was.
We haven't had it since DeMarcus.
Yeah, a long time ago. We absolutely haven't had that since DeMarcus.
I'm on the Kings. We get my jersey.
Are you one of those guys that gets upset with when people say we?
No, I don't like doing it. I don't care.
Ramsey did that a couple of weeks ago. He got upset because somebody said we.
Oh, I don't care. He's like, hey, yo, you're invested in the team. Like, I'm all for that. Like that just shows investment as a fan. Like, I love that. I'm not on the team. Like, I'm not doing that. But I feel like we talk about them so much, and we're so, you know, wrapped up in what they do. Sometimes you get a little carried away and say we.
Yeah.
Ramsey hates everything, though. I think you're forgetting. Like, Ramsey's such a what's the word? Curmudgeon. That's Ramsey.
I always look at that as like it don't bother me. It don't bother me when people say that, and it's like it's also like people who are like man, this game's gonna be a war. You know what I mean? And well, look. But look, this is the way I feel about that. So somebody like yourself who gets upset when somebody says this game's
I
going to
don't
be a
get
war.
upset. I just said I hate it, but go ahead.
Like nobody. Can we all deal with? Nobody's really saying it's going to be a war and comparing it to an actual war.
What is
It's
it?
that's it.
I just hate those analogies with professional sports. Like it's a war, and we're going to back. I'm getting in the foxhole with these guys. Like, I'm sorry, what? Like, fam, you're on a basketball court in front of 20,000 people, and you're gonna go get some catered food when this is over. Stop it. Oh, foxhole. Yeah, that's one of the many reasons I can't stand Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis talks like he's in like, oh, there's nobody I'd rather go to war with and battle and be in the foxhole with you guys. Like, no, you're on a football field in front of 100,000 people getting paid like $60 million. Please stop this. Please stop it. I do not like the war. Maybe I do get angry. I do not like the war analogy. That's really stupid. The war analogy is really stupid.
No, that don't bother me at all. But one of the things
Nothing
that
bothers you except bad play from the 49ers.
James Garoppolo, James G, do better this week, please. But one of the things in that Vivek interview that really stuck out to me, and it this is gonna stay with me forever. I already know that. Damn, Uncle V. He talks about how Mark Cuban. He was talking to Mark Cuban one time, and he's like, man, not like in a sinister way, because it happened before they even came into play, but he's like, it's crazy how society or whoever has just kind of fooled everybody into being so invested into these games. These are games. These are just games. There's nothing really going on. It's no different than if you went to the 24. Like these are games, and people
from a fan's perspective.
Yeah, like how everything, fans, media, how much money it generates, how much money it makes, how invested we are in games.
Well, thank God, because I don't know what else I'm qualified to do for a living than talk about these games.
Talk about music.
Good talk about music.
Well, we
or
like
television shows.
I was invested yesterday. I'm always invested. Sunday into yesterday, I was invested in a bad way.
You were invested at 12 o'clock. That's for sure. We'll come back. Eric Crocker set to join us coming up in about 30 minutes, plus 3 things we learned in week 3 of the NFL season. And that's all coming up as D'Lo and Casey roll along here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Josh Allen. Yeah.
Couldn't be me.
Well, motherfucker, this was vacant for 2 weeks. What are you talking about? Talk about it couldn't be me. You have like whatever the bottom belt is in NXT. That's what you have. You have the Impact Championship. You have whatever belt Jeff Jarrett is walking down the ring with right now.
Vince Russo.
You got the David Arquette Championship. That's what you got.
So I'm frustrated right now because I am on this Rolling Stones list, and I know you would have said something. I know it's on here, and it's probably above where I'm at, but Blackish is on here, correct?
Oh, I have no idea.
I haven't seen it yet. And I've seen
it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't.
I've seen some ridiculous stuff. Like they got Good Times down at 72. Good Times is phenomenal. Insecure is 43. That's a good look. One show that I really liked, the Dick Van Dyke Show. I thought that was a good show. That's at like 60. Seinfeld.
I like Seinfeld.
It's a good show. Seinfeld's a good show.
Seinfeld is a really good time waster.
Yeah, I don't think they have Blackish on
I don't
here.
think they do either.
That's criminal, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Probably.
Well,
I mean, The Sopranos, The Wire, Insecure.
Yeah, I'm about to say
Just
a
realized
couple
this
more years
rap
the
shit
way
over.
things are going on right now. Stars is
Oh, come on now.
messing with them.
Come on now. Stars, you know damn well Stars ain't for everybody. you know Stars is for
Power and BMF. They're going to be staples in the culture.
in the culture.
I saw
not in Rolling Stone.
They had Sex in the City in the 70s. That was a fail. Sex in the City is a damn good show.
I've seen episodes of Sex in the City, but never.
I didn't see Martin on here. Criminal.
I didn't see Martin either.
Criminal. I didn't see Fresh Prince.
I think Good Times is the only.
The Jeffersons is like 3 spots ahead of, or 3 spots behind Good Times. I did see that, but I didn't see the Fresh Prince.
Had to get Cheers on there though.
Can't wait till Double XL comes out with their top 100 shows, so I can get an accurate
feed. Will be number 1 there.
I can't wait for Essence to come out with their top 100 shows.
Right.
That'll appeal a little bit more to me.
Right. Rap shit's halfway through the first season and it's like number 5.
Because this list is gone. Sopranos is not number 1.
I don't think it is either. Let me peep this audio real quick from Brendan.
Friends at 49.
You come into camp with a decent idea of the roles that you want for these guys?
Yeah, we've had
everybody. Oh, that's a good question, Brendan. That's a good question.
Oh yeah, Alfonso, you damn right. That is a hell of a call. My Wife and Kids is a phenomenal show.
I had stumbled across that clip of us talking about that show with Marshall.
We did talk about that
a couple of days ago. Mm-hmm.
Damon Wayans, Tisha Campbell, they bodied that.
This show was like years wasted out of your life. just a complete waste of years. Want to dive into some things we learned this week in the NFL season. Eric Crocker is going to join us. We'll dive into the 49ers as well. Jason Jones may be with us around 3 o'clock. Mike Bibby, he might be with us too around 3:30. Tap in, find out. We're all going to find out together, to be honest with you. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320.
We're going to talk about it. I think we might be talking a little basketball right now, but I just had to say this while I remembered it. Did you see what happened to Mac Jones on Sunday? His injury? Yeah. First of all, dirty tackle by the Ravens defensive line. That was uncalled for. And this goes, in my opinion, to the argument of, when I think about it, at least, with Trey Lance and the injury, man, this is football. Mac Jones easily could have snapped his ankle on that play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he was in the pocket. He just made a pass from the pocket. Guy comes and tackle him. Dirty tackle. You know what I mean? It was a little unnatural. Like, it wasn't a normal tackle. I don't want to make it like that because he did a little too much. But I mean, I don't want to hear anybody talking about it's just football. Well, the guy was standing in the pocket, threw a pass. Then a football player made a football tackle, and he could have snapped his ankle right there the same way Trey Lance did. So I see stuff like that. There was another one, like I mentioned when we were talking about it at the time. There was a tackle from somebody on the Cowboys against the Bengals who was the same thing. Luckily, nothing bad happened, but it was the same type of action. Could have snapped his ankle and leg. Like, unfortunately, man, I know people don't like seeing a running quarterback. I don't like seeing a running quarterback, but on that particular play, that was kind of a football thing, man.
Are you talking about the Mac Jones play, or are you talking about the Trey Lance play?
Trey Lance breaking his ankle on that one. People were like, Kyle, it's your fault.
It was definitely it was definitely a football play. I think correct me if didn't his leg just get it essentially got like stuck in the ground, and then he got
kind of
300-pound men all over the place falling on top of him. Like I
think it was one guy. I think it was one guy, and he was like kind of, because he was in between sliding. That's the other part of this whole thing. He doesn't really know how to avoid contact the right way. And he was in between sliding, and it was a little late. And as he like was in a crouch to slide, he got tackled hard and pushed back, and the foot got caught under his body. Like, so it wasn't even like 7 guys just ganged up and tackled him crazy. It was one guy who gave him a hard hit, and it was just.
That's usually how it is. Thank God he appeared not to feel it, because he just got up, and then he saw it, and I bet the second he saw it, it started hurting.
Right.
That's like, oh, okay, whoa, that was a hit. Hey, what's going? Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. We mentioned Kings practice wrapping up today. I do want to run this a great question from our guy Brandon Nunez over at the Kings Beat and the Kings Herald. You can hear the question in the video, and then Kings head coach Mike Brown's response.
A lot about defining roles. Do you come into camp with a decent idea of the roles that you want for these guys?
Yeah, everybody's had an individual player development meeting already in the off season. So everybody has a general feel of what we are looking for from each guy individually, hopefully coinciding with what our team goals are.
And with the talk of pace and a lot of guards or smaller guys on this team, do you anticipate some decent amount of small ball lineups?
We'll see. They got to earn it. You got to earn the right to be on the floor.
I like that. Last answer from Mike Brown. But that was a great question by Brandon Nunez right there.
Really good.
I mean, I learned something I didn't know. They've had individual player development meetings and kind of, hey, this is what we're expecting from you headed into this season. That's good stuff from Brendan, and an interesting note there from Mike Brown.
Yeah, man. These are the things that we want to see, right? We want to see defined roles. We want to see guys that have an idea of what's expected of them coming into the season in a number of different roles, or it's playing time, or when you're out there, what's your role. We all want to see people feel like they understand what's going on, and it's a good start. It's a good start. I'm a firm believer that if people know what's expected of them, whether they like it or not, if that's what the situation is, a lot of the time, not every time, but a lot of the times, they can adjust accordingly. But if nobody really knows, that's where frustration sets in, and just a lack of performance, really.
I can't like overstress how important I think that is. Knowing what's expected of you every time you walk in the facility. Not play hard, be ready when your number's called. Like, no, not that. I'm talking about playing 30 minutes one night and 5 the other. Like playing 30 minutes, having a good game, and then getting a DMP the next night.
Yeah.
That's the stuff that has driven me crazy, I think, the most over the stretch of Jaeger into Luke, into Alvin. And I get a lot of times it's those guys searching for something. Maybe there's ulterior motives involving certain players and potential trades and showcasing. Like, I don't know. I honest to God don't know if that's just a fairy tale people create or if that's a very real thing. But it takes a toll on guys when you go out there, you play well, you tell me to be ready, you tell me to do my job. I go out there, I play ready, I do my job, and then I can't get off the bench the next game.
Absolutely. I mean, that's something that'll mess with you, and it'll get you checked out rather quickly, especially if what's going on isn't leading to winning. That's we talked about it a little bit yesterday. That's what kind of keeps everything in line, right? You may not like your role. You may want to play more. You may want to do more, have more opportunity out there. But if you're winning, it's easier to fall in. If you're not winning, that's frustrating in the aspect of, man, I think I could be doing a whole lot more, and you're not letting me, and we're not winning. So why are you not letting me? Like, let me rock. Let me do my thing. And that's where winning is the, I don't want to call it the ultimate deodorant in this situation, because it's people, maybe some people are like, man, I'd like to be doing more, but we're winning, so I'm not tripping. That not necessarily deodorant, in my opinion. That's a guy that appreciates winning more than his own personal role. But that's kind of where all this is going to come from. You can put people in certain roles. You can actually ask them to do maybe a little less than they feel they can. But if they're in a winning environment and in a winning situation, they'll be willing to sacrifice. If not, all hell could break loose.
Let's go back to practice. Keegan Murray. This is a lengthy clip of Keegan Murray talking about day one of training camp and who he's connected with so far.
Adjustment that comes with that stuff.
I think it's really it's on the mental side, what to do when someone's being physical with you, when to cut, when to move, things like that. So I think that's the biggest adjustment for me right now.
Has anyone taken you as their vet? Any vet taken you as their rookie yet?
Nah, it's pretty much everyone across the board at this point. So I mean, at some point, I'm sure someone will take it into their hands. So
Is there anything you can take from playing alongside like Luka Garza and translate that to playing with Sabonis?
Yeah, I think just cutting. Luka played out of the post a lot, and I got a lot of my points my freshman year off of cutting and when he got doubled or when he had his back to the basket and stuff like that. So for me, it's just trying to get in tune with Sabonis right now and just try and form a connection there.
When you're getting shots up after practice like this, are you doing your own thing, or is it kind of a game of chicken where you want to be one of the last ones out here working?
You always want to be one of the last ones out here working, whether it's shooting a certain amount of free throws after practice, whether it's putting up shots after practice. I always just try and stay a little bit after and work with Dutch, one of our player development coaches, and he's been really good to me, just staying with me and helping me progress.
Keegan, are you getting a sense of like what might be given to you or what has to be earned now that you're full-fledged in the NBA?
Everything has to be earned for me. I'm not taking anything for granted. I know nothing's going to come easy for me here or when we play the other NBA teams. So I know that I have to earn everything that I'm given, and I'm willing to work for that.
Are you getting comfortable?
Yeah. I feel like I can call this place home now. In Sacramento, and I'm comfortable in the locker room with the guys and just being able to talk to them, and it's kind of progressed a lot since the first time I've been here. So I'm excited to see where relationships go, where connections go, and how this team bonds.
Is there anyone that you've kind of connected with already and you hang out with?
Kevin Herter's a big one just because we have the same agent. We have two of his best friends when he was growing up played with me at Iowa, so we have a connection there. So it was easy to just tag along with him, get dinner with him, and things like that.
It's Keegan Murray right there, courtesy of our ESPN 1320 Kings insider James Ham at practice today. A lot of talk about movement so far. A lot of talk about cutting. A lot of that seems to be the line that comes up anytime someone's talking about Domantas Sabonis. Mm-hmm. Learning to cut, learning to move, like he's gonna find you. Right. This is where dare I say I believe he's still getting paid. Our former general manager could probably come in and be really helpful with this team in these types of conversations, because that's what that offense was. Vlade was such an incredible passing big man, not just in Sacramento, but in Los Angeles as well. Yeah. And I mean, it's one of the reasons he's in the Hall of Fame. Like that's where the Domantas Sabonis vibes are when you're trying to you're always trying to pin something to those brief glory years of the Sacramento Kings team. Well, Domas he's the Vlade. He is the passing big man, and everybody's got to learn to be able to move around him and put themselves in the best position. And that's up to Mike too. Like, how can we maximize this skill set that our big man has? And that's why you keep seeing, or that's why you keep hearing cutting, moving, coming in conversations about Domantas Sabonis from his teammates.
Yeah, and you know what though? The one thing about that, they don't have Vlade here to help out with that, but they do have Doug and Bobby, and Sabonis
too far away.
No, I don't think he is either. I think he's around. I just don't know how often he'll be around, as opposed to those two who are there pretty much every day.
Yeah.
And they can help not only Sabonis, but the guys playing around them, because they know Sabonis is it's already in his nature to look the pass first from the center position. So whether that's on the block, high post, whatever the case may be, he's looking to get others involved. The other guys might not be used to that. They may not be ready for that. So having Doug and Bobby around to be able to say, hey, this is how you play off of a guy like that, I think that could be invaluable as well.
I saw this popping up in the chat a couple of times. Keegan Murray gives off some very let's play with some swag guys vibes.
Hey, look, that dude playing with some swag right now.
Hey, winning adds some swag. That's for sure.
With some swag right now, boy.
That's a good segue. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. We'll get back to the Kings in the opening day of practice here as the day rolls along. Let's get into three things we learned week 3 of the NFL season. Here's one, kind of ties into what you just said right there. But every time Jacksonville wins, it proves that Urban Meyer is the worst coach in history. How different is this team from last year? Like, how dramatically different is it? Roster-wise, it's not. The difference is that dude is gone. Now, for some reason, he's been hired back on television, and literally no one on the planet asked for that, but that's fine. Urban Meyer has a job. Good for him. It's not as the coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I would put that at the top of things that I learned this week. Every time Jacksonville wins a game, I'm reminded Urban Meyer was horrible at his job. Yeah. Absolutely horrible.
It's interesting that you went with Urban Meyer and Meyer not being that good, because one of the first things that I learned after week 3 is maybe Josh McDaniels isn't that good at his job. I read the stat yesterday where he started off his coaching career at 6-0. Since then, he's 5-20. And he's looking like a guy right now. I'm not gonna put him there yet because this is his first season in his second stint as head coach. But he may just be a guy that's a really good coordinator, not a head coach type of guy.
I agree, and I understand that sentiment. But with the stat though, the 6-0 and 5-20. You know, obviously he's 0-3 now, so it was 5-17 entering this year. He went back to New England, won, I think at least one Super Bowl, maybe more. I can't keep track of how many Super Bowls they've won, but earned another opportunity to be a head coach.
I think he did,
because he wasn't. It's not like he was fired, went back to New England, and then got a job the next year.
Right.
He was in New England for a while. I know he had the opportunity. I think it was the Colts, if I remember correctly. He had the opportunity to take a head coaching job, and I actually think he did take the Colts one, and then changed his mind, went back to New England, and so he's kind of been in that second chair, so to speak, for quite a while. Fair that he got another opportunity, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think
there are some people who believe he didn't deserve another opportunity, and it's like, well, damn, if he can't get one after being an offensive coordinator for the New England Patriots, no one can get one.
Right. And even for the Patriots, this is a good point. But I'm okay with guys like Josh McDaniels, especially a young guy like that. It really doesn't matter the age. But you get your head coaching job, it doesn't work out, you go back and you work your way back up the ladder, whether it's being an OC or an assistant coach, whatever the case may be, and you do your time, so to speak, kind of learning your craft and building yourself back up. Yeah, you should get another opportunity. Absolutely. And that's why I say with this Raiders job, I don't want to put the label on him right now that he's just a coordinator or an assistant, because we're only 3 games into the season. I think this guy, we shouldn't even be thinking about him not having his job at least for 2 seasons, at least. So he's got time to kind of grow into what's going to happen here. But man, the start of things, it's not good. I mean, think about that though. He won 5 of the next 17 games after starting 6-0 because he's 0-3 right now. That's rough.
No, I think he won 5 of the next because he lost 17, so he would have won 5 of the next 22 games, right?
Yeah.
If you like, because you get he lost 17, he won
Right.
5. That's a total of
I worded it wrong. He went 5. He had 17 losses.
Yeah, okay, I got you. And I put John Pohl's remark up on the screen that no one from Bill Belichick's tree has succeeded so far. And Ramsey trying desperately to be that guy. Mike Vrabel is not a part of that coaching tree at all. Like Bill Belichick does not get credit for Mike Vrabel. Like y'all are working way too hard for this. Like Vrabel, that ain't it. That ain't it. And I don't know. Is it really no one from his tree has succeeded?
That's what it sounds like. Yeah, the only ones I could think of are Charlie Weiss, Romeo Cannell.
Didn't go well. Well, Romeo stay employed. I'll say that. Romeo is always employed.
McDaniels.
Yeah. You know what's funny?
That's it, I think.
When you like, I found myself this weekend double checking that it was McDaniels and not McDaniel because I had convinced myself that you just add an S to people's names if it sounds good. And McDaniels does sound very good. I was like, wait, is it Josh McDaniel or is it Josh McDaniels? Is he Debo Samuels-ing Josh McDaniels? I really had become completely unsure of myself. This show
which one is it?
It's McDaniels.
Yeah, I thought so.
It's McDaniels for sure. But I've called into question everything now since the birth of Debo Samuels. Another thing I learned, the Green Bay Packers absolutely don't give a crap about week 1 of the NFL season. They just do not care. Look, I would lose. So what? We'll give y'all something to talk about for a week. We're going to lose like 2 of the next 16 games. That's
maybe that's how it goes down.
Look, they lost last year. They lost this year. They reeled off wins last year. They reeled off a couple of wins, including one against Tampa Bay this year.
The Packers are absolutely the James Harden of the NFL.
Empty calories.
They do this
calories.
They do this every year.
Their Snickers bar.
Like I don't know why anybody like people. This is funny. You know what I mean? Because the Chargers and everything that's going on with them, people, Charger always going to charge. I'm never going to believe in the Chargers until it actually happens. I'm never going to do it. Why would anybody believe in the Packers? Why would anybody believe in Aaron Rodgers and the Packers? They haven't even gotten to a Super Bowl in 12 years. And they have the same year every year.
I don't know this for sure. Help me out. Has Patrick Mahomes been to more Super Bowls than Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, he's been to 2.
Aaron's only been to the 1?
Yeah.
How many did Favre go to? I know he won.
Favre went to 2.
1, and he lost 1.
Yeah.
I can't remember the one he lost. Okay.
The Broncos.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, man.
So
that really does not ever seem to get mentioned with Aaron Rodgers.
Never. I'm the only one that mentions it because I've been talking about it since the show started and before.
By the way, since his name came up, Brett Favre should be in jail. For those 100%. Who are
lock him up.
Brett Favre should be in prison right now for stealing from people who desperately. In fact, everybody involved in that Mississippi scandal needs to be in prison. I don't care how many names you're giving up. Once you're done giving up all of these names and cooperating, you're going to jail too.
Lock them up.
One more thing I learned from week 3 in the NFL season. You mentioned his name earlier as the vacant and dusty KCC belt has finally been handed off. Lamar Jackson's price is going up each week.
For sure.
Lamar Jackson is just getting more and more expensive. Lamar Jackson, that dude got a $250 million contract. He got scandal everywhere. He's not playing 11 games of this season. But yeah, no doubt. Tell me I'm not worth it. I'm an MVP candidate. I'm the reason this team is successful. My price is going up every week I play.
Hey, he's pulling an Aaron Judge. He's pulling an Aaron Judge. He's betting on himself, and he may mess around and have an MVP season.
I'm gonna need Aaron Judge to snap out of whatever's bothering him. This
Well,
is getting
one for one yesterday.
This is getting exhausting.
Well, I mean, actually, he did more than that. I only saw his first 2 at bats, but 1 for 1 with the walk. I know he didn't hit a home run, but I don't know what he did the rest of the day.
Just go full Albert Pujols and just hit 2 today and get it over with. Just hit 2 and get it over with.
All games are on national TV, though.
Well, rightfully so.
All games of the series.
Mo Harkless is headed to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Where was he at before? Atlanta?
He was in Atlanta.
Okay.
I don't know how to say this person's name, so I'm going to get it wrong, but I'll just say Mo Harkless and a 2nd-round pick are being traded to Oklahoma City. Shams with the big news today. The Mo Harkless trade. Mo Harkless is a good addition to have on the squad, and he's probably happy to go somewhere and yell at some kids, yell at some young players,
or just shake his head in like a Buddy Hield transition 3 with 21 seconds. Wow.
Well, it looks like we got some free time. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more NFL. We'll talk 49ers. We'll talk Kings. We can talk Mo Harkless if you want to.
And I got one more thing that I learned this week 3 in the NFL. You don't want to miss this.
We got time. We got time. Might not be the last time we say that today either. It's Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, that's funny.
But you can do what you got to do.
Yeah,
I gotta read up more on a couple of things. Shakur obviously took care of it. You know, I'll do a 13th round on Shakur. Yeah, I'll do it on Shakur. Thirteenth round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches, Ryan and the whole crew. Shout out to my man, Jovan. Shout out to the Marathon Clothing. You know what it is, man. Shakur Stevenson over the weekend doing what he does as he smacked around Robinson Concession. And it was easy work. It was his last fight at junior lightweight. He's moving up to 135, where right now that's where the big boys play. You got a Devin Haney. You got a Vasily Lomachenko. You got a Gervonta Davis. You got a George Kambosos. You've got guys to fight at 135. And the fights that everybody wants to see right now are the first 3 names that I mentioned. Lomachenko, Devin Haney, and Gervonta Tank Davis. And the question that I have for Shakur moving up is, does he have enough pop? He's got the skill. He's got the defense. He's got all that. That's not the issue. He can outpoint somebody to death. But does he have the pop to keep these guys at 135 off of him? And the 2 that really come to mind when I say something like that is Lomachenko, kind of, although I think Loma's too small. Even though like he's masterful, if you can't hurt him, he'll start to, close the gap and handle business with you. But I'm thinking more so Gervonta Tank Davis. And I think that's a hell of a fight. I'd love to see that fight because Shakur has the size advantage. He's taller. He's a supreme boxer. The boxing skill is there. But you got Tank, who's underrated as a boxer skill-wise. I think people just look at him as a knockout artist, but he's supremely skilled. Fast hands, quick reflexes, move side to side real quick. Very underrated in that respect. But here's the thing with Tank. I've said it for a long time. If you can't hurt him, he will take whatever punch he needs to get his punches off and knock you out. And that would be the story of that fight. Could Shakur hurt him enough to back him up and keep him from coming with those big left hands and uppercuts and things of that nature? I love to see it. That's the 13th round. I didn't know that's how you. Oh, okay. Jay Hardaway, why you hate Errol Spence so much? Bud is trying to sign with PVC. Errol's already there. Errol already said the fight was gonna happen. We all know if it doesn't happen, it's Tank. 65-35 is fine. Spence got 3 belts. What you talking about? He is Dr. David. He deserves to. Shakur's a bad man. I like Shakur. I like his skill. I don't know if I like Shakur, but I like his skill and what he brings to the game. That dude can go. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Tank will take a punch. He'll take a punch, and he'll take whatever punch he needs to take to get his punches off. If you can't hurt Tank, he's gonna come get you. That's my belief in him. If you can't buzz him or hurt him or make him respect the power, he's gonna come get you. Yo, Dame, I got a question, man. I gotta ask you.
The answer is I have no idea what you're talking about, because every day at 2:15 I come back from getting my green juice and my little protein shake, and you're talking about stuff that I just am not familiar with.
You'll know this though. Do you think Shakur
Thought y'all was
Stevenson?
talking about Tupac for a minute.
Do you think Shakur Stevenson has do you think his power at 130 will translate to 135 to be able to hurt the Devin Haney's, the Vasily Lomachenkos, the Tank Davises? What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. I think his power translates to the weight class. Absolutely. Moving up is harder than moving down, right?
Well, they present two different problems. Moving up, like I said, you may not be strong enough for the guys that you're moving up to face. Moving down, you have to deal with like making weight, so it may be more taxing on your body to move down, and usually that doesn't happen. Usually nobody moves down.
Okay. What did we land on here? What did we do? What did we decide?
I say Shakur. It's a great unknown. As Bill Walton would say, it's too early to tell. I like to see if the power translates, because he didn't have a whole lot of power at 130, supremely skilled, but he was a big 130 and bigger than those other guys. 135, this is what I say about a possible matchup with him and Tank. If he can't hurt Tank, if he don't have the power to buzz Tank, Tank will eat whatever punches he needs to, and he'll end up getting his punches off and he'll knock Shakur out. That's the name of the game with Tank. If you can't hurt him, he's gonna come for you and knock you out.
I agree.
You agree?
Yep. Yeah. Yep. I'm taking a note because I wanna ask you something in a minute, but you wanted to share something that you learned in week 3 of the NFL season.
Oh yeah, nah, bro. The thing that I learned week 3 of the NFL season is the Seahawks stink.
Shout the season, man.
I just needed to double check. Yeah, Seahawks 49ers have the same record.
They sorry though.
Oh. I think you're being a bit unfair.
Unfair
I think that
what?
teams do. I think they fought.
Man, Seahawks, they sorry. They just lost to the Falcons at home.
Okay. They're 1-2.
All right, they'll be 1-3. Then they'll be 1-4 and 5 and 6.
All right.
And if they have the same record as the Niners, then the Niners stink too. But we know where the Seahawks are going. They ain't gonna stay there for a while.
All right. I watched a little bit of that game. Like they out there fighting. They're not very good. I don't think they are particularly very good. I think Geno is playing pretty well. I think Geno's playing significantly better than I expected. I expected Geno to fall on his face. I didn't think Geno was a viable starting quarterback anymore. I think he's playing all right.
Go ahead.
They're not good. I just don't think they're that bad. This is a weird start to the season. Like there's
strange.
I mean, is it just the Dolphins? Is that
Just
it? The Dolphins are the only 3-0 team? Is that right?
I think so. Oh, no. The Eagles.
Oh, right. Yeah, of course. The Eagles. Power rankings coming up here shortly. Yeah, the Eagles and Dolphins only 3-0 teams. There's only one 0-3 team. Doesn't matter who it is. We just mentioned that's the only 0-3 team.
Oh,
that's
the
a
Raiders?
lot. That's a lot of 2-1 and 1-2s. I was trying to spare our crew that's Raider fans.
The Raiders are.
They know they're 0-3, but
Damien trying to be like L Cool J and not name names. No, we gonna name names. It's 0-3 Raiders.
All right. Well, first off, chick in the click you claim. Dang, it'll be like that. Yeah, they're not good. Yeah, they're not good. There's a lot of it's a weird start to the season. Carson Wentz stinks. You talk about someone. I'm glad to see that trend return. He pulled a game out of his ass in week 2, and it was like, what was it? Week 1?
Yeah.
Carson Wentz is back, and we saw it. Man. We didn't mention him in this conversation. Jalen Hurts.
Oh, he's balling.
If Lamar Jackson is the MVP right now, Jalen Hurts is right there with him.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts is balling right now, answering all the questions. I had questions.
Absolutely.
After 3 weeks.
Absolutely.
That's for sure.
I want to see him keep that up. I hope he can keep that up.
I agree.
I didn't think he was put in a position to succeed in Philadelphia, but he's succeeding. I'm taking a quick look at week 4. Dolphins, Bengals. It's interesting. Bills, Ravens. Sign me up for that.
Dolphins, Bengals. I'm calling it right now. The Bengals are winning that game. It's not an indictment on the Dolphins. It's not. The Dolphins are legit, but yeah, the Bengals need that one. They look at that as a possible opportunity. You got a short week, a Thursday night game. I think the Bengals get that one.
Jesse was waving a finger.
Yeah, Bengals are losing that one by 10+.
I just wanted to see what finger Jesse was waving at you.
I think Miami's pass rush can be able to get to Burrow a lot that game, and I think Tyreek Hill's gonna have a big day. I think Miami's gonna win that one. It won't be an issue.
Tyreek was talking early. Talking about Eli Apple.
I might go with Jesse on this one because I kind of had the suspicion heading into the season that the Bengals were a one-hit wonder. They're young MC, bust a move. They're just looking for the principal's office right now.
They might be. I think they're a good team. They got weapons.
They got weapons for sure. They're struggling making it click though, and I don't understand why.
Well,
that offensive line.
I mean, yes, and no. Like if you look at what's going on with them, they lost 2 games at the buzzer, and then they beat up on the Jets like they were supposed to.
Well,
so they can beat down
Well, wait a minute. They lost 2 games at the buzzer, but didn't they come back in the Dallas game?
They were down by 8, or maybe they were down by like 10.
I thought they were okay.
They came back both games though. They did. They were down both games. I mean, you can. We're not going to do that. We're not going to make that argument. But they had the game-winning touchdown against the Steelers. Missed the field goal that would have won it. We wouldn't even gone to overtime. McPherson.
This isn't the. I mean, you got the Bills and the Ravens. That's a good one. Dolphins, Bengals. It's interesting. Man, I don't know. Is Jacksonville at Philadelphia interesting?
Yeah, because I want to see what's going on with Jacksonville. They got my attention. That was a big win to go into LA and get the Chargers the way they did.
Mm-hmm.
So they got my attention. Denver at Las Vegas. If I was a Raiders fan, I'd still be like, look, man, it's early. It's 0-3. We win the next 3 games. We're 3-3. We're at 500. That's the way I would be thinking. So they got to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
Like 0-4, I think I would throw any type of hope out the window. Right now at 0-3, if I was a Raiders fan, because you have the talent. It's not a lack of talent. You have talent. You have a couple of close losses, just like I talk about with like the Bengals. Like there's still, you could easily say, we have the talent to turn this into 3-3 if we just put it together, take it one game at a time. But you have to win. Like you have to win this game. You can't go 0-4. If they went 0-4, I would lose all hope.
It's a tough Broncos team, man.
It is. Defense is tough.
Broncos team. That's what I'm worried about.
They're probably the most surprising 2-1 team out there right now.
The Broncos?
Yeah. The Broncos haven't looked at all. Like when you talk preseason, okay, you would think that. But actually watching their 3 games,
for sure. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. They've been winning games with their defense. And it feels like you could have done that with Drew Lock or whoever the hell their quarterback was. You could have done it with them. That's not how you're supposed to win games with Russell Wilson. So this Raider defense is not good. So I don't know if Denver is looking at this like it's an opportunity for us to get right. Derek Carr is going to have this is tough. This is really, really tough for the Raiders.
Yeah.
Chiefs, Bucks, Sunday night, and then, of course, Monday night, 49ers and Rams. Quick thing on the Chargers. You mentioned them a minute ago with Jacksonville. 2 things. You done with you out on the Chargers?
No, absolutely not. But I mean, they've got to show a little something. Once again, I don't know why we're talking about this like the Chargers, and we don't ever talk about the Packers and their sorry seasons all the time.
I don't know why we're talking about the Packers at all. I'm talking about the Chargers.
Because every time somebody talk about the Chargers are going Charger. Don't nobody ever say that about the Packers losing again in the playoffs.
I didn't say anything of the sort. I said before the season, I didn't like the Chargers in this division. And I said, I'm out on the Chargers. I was the one-man Wolfpack who was out on the Chargers. I ain't even talking about the Packers. But what I was gonna ask you, and I'm sure you didn't. You had noted you were moving and shaking on Sunday. Man, I get it. I get it. But Justin Herbert should not have been out there.
Oh no.
Justin Herbert, like if Justin Herbert looked like Jimmy Garoppolo. He had but he at least he did for a reason. If he was looking 5-6 yards down the field, had an open guy, he could get the ball to him with no problem. Like his timing was still there. All of that was still there. But as the game went on and if he had a tight window and he had to zip the ball in there, he couldn't do it because it looked like he couldn't rotate.
Yeah.
Like his ribs are jacked up. So he's like trying to throw a ball with speed and accuracy without turning into it. So he's like squared up, like damn near just throwing an overhead pass. Like, man, get this kid out of here.
That's not getting any better anytime soon.
Oh man. And I don't know how you look at the Chargers and go, yo, he needs an opportunity to get better. That looked awful. And I'm not trying to take away from Jacksonville at all, because Justin Herbert didn't give up 38 points, but he could not connect on a pass where his receivers were where he had a short window to do it. And I don't see how that changes this week, next week, is as long as he's throwing the ball every week. Like I don't know what they did to get him out there, but if you're doing needles 3 weeks into the season, you're done. You're done.
Brandon Staley might lose his job. He might lose his job. Like if he gets Herbert hurt even more by throwing him out there the way he has.
I'm going to take a quick peek before I go speaking out the side of my neck, because I have an opinion on Brandon Staley, but I don't want to.
The record is probably solid. He didn't make the playoffs.
But see, that's what I feel like. I don't think that it is, and that's what I'm trying to be careful with.
Or maybe it's like 10
and 10 and 9.
10 and 9.
I mean, it's two. I thought he had a third season. I didn't realize this was only his second.
Yeah. But it seems like in the crunch, he makes all the wrong decisions, whether that's on the field or that's personnel wise. Does it constantly.
The squad's in trouble. He had Bosa, Joey Bosa going to the locker room, kind of. I don't even know. What was the diagnosis? Do we have a diagnosis on what happened to Joey Bosa yet?
I thought I saw it somewhere, and it wasn't shoulder, I don't think.
Oh, I 100% thought it was shoulder, the way he was like
I saw it wasn't shoulder, but I saw what you saw. Like that looked like a shoulder situation. But
I'm watching Jesse in the small screen.
He's got a groin injury he's dealing with right now.
That's does not look like a groin injury. Why was he walking like that then?
Well, why was you walk weird.
You do. Yeah, I don't walk with my arm out like this. Like I can't move it into my side. Like oh man, my groin hurts. That's like Tua Tagovailoa vibes. Like oh, my back. My back. Goodness gracious. I hold my temples because my back hurts.
Something I thought about, and I think is pretty cool. I love it. I think we need more of it. Mm-hmm. Rams 49ers on Monday Night Football. Mm-hmm. Shanahan versus McVay is the longest tenured coaching matchup, isn't it? And currently. It's just Shanahan's sixth season. I want to say McVay probably played. This is his fifth year.
Well, I guess it depends on what you mean. Like,
Harbaugh,
Belichick, Tomlin.
Harbaugh, Belichick is probably longer, but they're not in the same.
Harbaugh and Tomlin are.
Yeah, I forgot about them. They're not. They're in the same division. Harbaugh and Belichick aren't in the same division. So it's the second longest. Divisional is really what I'm talking about.
Division wise, it's probably just those two. Like those got to be with Bill. Those got to be the three longest tenured coaches in the league, sure. Right?
Yeah, I say that to say I like that though. Like I like that. This is that's when we were growing up. At least it felt like it. At least you would get these guys that would be coaching 7-8 years going up against each other.
Yeah, there's new coaches everywhere. Like I'm just looking at like teams thinking, no, they got a new coach, they got a new coach, they got a new coach. Yeah, it's just it's those three and then McVay and
Foudet brings up a good point. I guess it is Shanahan Carroll. Because Shanahan got his job, I think, a year before McVay. So yeah, Shanahan Carroll. It's a good call. But either way, like this is a good matchup. Like this is a matchup like where I feel like there's real heat.
Three of the longest tenured coaches are in the NFC West. And what's the longest? 6? Well, no, Pete Carroll's a lot longer than that.
Carroll's been there.
But then it's like 6 years, 5 years. Yeah. And then when you look at everyone else, it's like 2 years, 3 years. I mean, I was just calling for Brandon Staley's job a year and 3 games into his career. That's very much not fair, but wow. Yeah. Yeah, no, those little
I like
added that's some extra flavor to a divisional matchup.
Yeah, I like that. It's real heat between these two teams too. Real heat. Players don't like each other. I don't think Shanahan McVay hate each other, but I think they want to beat each other into a pulp.
Well, of course they do. They're very different. They're very I think they're very different types of coaches. And I mean Sean McVay really does have a great LA vibe. He's a good-looking dude. Like he's got a great big personality. He was offered like $1 billion to go to TV, stayed in coaching. Like he's got all those things going for him. And Kyle's a lifer. Like he's been in football like his entire life, and he probably looks at it like, I don't know what the age difference between the two is. I'm sure he looks at it like, a little punk kid. A punk kid coming in here. Like, come on, man.
Well, I mean, and I know but that's his boy. That's a little bro. That's a little bro right there. He came up when they were in Washington, and McVay was a little bro, and Kyle was, and now McVay got a ring.
I bet you Kyle's called Sean McVay a punk kid at some point in his life.
Punk something else. Kyle seems like somebody that he just get agitated easily, get annoyed easily.
He's me. Kyle Shanahan is me. Is that what you're saying? Kyle Shanahan.
Great at what he does, but part of his greatness is his ability to get frustrated really quick.
Yeah, it's yeah.
And I'm probably the punk kid.
Well, that's fine. It's better than being Cliff Kingsbury. So because Sean McVay at least is really, really good at what he does. So that's there it is. All right, I'm Kyle Shanahan, and Kenny is the punk kid, Sean McVay.
I like the heat between those those two franchises. Like I said, real heat. Aaron Donald don't like Debo. Jimmy Ward don't like anybody over there.
That's weird.
Aaron Donald don't like anybody in San Francisco. They've said it a number of different times in the offseason. Like, I don't like both sides. I don't like them. I don't like them. Like, yeah, great team. I don't like them. We ain't cool at all. Jalen Ramsey don't like nobody on the Niners. So
I don't think Jalen Ramsey likes anyone in the league.
I don't think so either.
I don't think Jalen Ramsey likes anybody.
What was he? Was he talking about Tyreek? Yeah, I think he was talking about Tyreek. Where he's like, yeah, he's a Pro Bowler.
Yeah,
as a kick returner.
That was a good line, though. That was a good line. I don't know if we mentioned this game this week. Saints and Vikings. That's in London. The London games start this week.
All right.
This will be the 31st matchup in this experiment to broaden the game overseas. They have never, including this week's matchup, they have never had two winning teams face each other. They've had 0-7 teams go over there before.
Like the Niners. I remember the Niners played the Broncos, and the Niners stunk. Troy Smith was the starting quarterback and yelled at Mike Singletary.
Heisman Trophy winner, Troy Smith.
Yeah.
I had the records somewhere. I could probably dig them up here really quick.
Do you feel like what do they? Number one, what are they doing, and what do they deem a success or not? Like, do they deem this as being successful? Because they've been doing it. Would you say 31 times? They haven't always done multiple games. So that's probably been about 15 years or so.
I think it's close. I think it's in the range of like 18 to 20.
What's the end game, and what do they deem as a success? Like, are they doing this to eventually put a team out there, a league? Like, what are we do? What are you doing?
We've always heard that they've tried to like gymnastics their way through the logistics of what a team over there would look like not an NFL Europe team, but an actual NFL team.
In an AFC East team.
Yeah, right. And how could they make that work? Maybe they've never come to maybe they've never been able to completely work that out and answer that. I don't know what their goal is. I don't know what the point in continuing to do this is. I don't know if they see what the NBA does and think, well, we want that. Like we need our Yao Ming who sets us off in China. We need our Kobe Bryant. We need something like that. I don't know what they think. Like they don't have we talk about this all of the time. They rely on the star, the SF. They rely on, the Steelers logo, the Packers logo. They rely on their team logos to be their stars.
Right.
And I don't think that. I think even in Jesse, you guys could correct me. Even in soccer, they gravitate towards stars too. Like they love their programs, they love their teams and all, but they got stars on those squads. Yeah. They want you to love the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't know how that's going to work.
Come on.
I don't know what I've never understood what they're trying to accomplish over there. It makes sense. The players, it doesn't make sense. The players hate it. The owners hate it. It seems like it benefits absolutely no one. But I don't know what the point is.
And Jesse can tell me if I'm off on this, but our guy Aldrin J, he says, think about it like this, KC. Premier League teams would have games here in the United States. It's pretty much the same thing. Those are friendlies. They don't play Premier League games at MetLife Stadium, do they?
Yeah, no, those games don't matter during the summer or anything like that. Yeah.
So the NFL is putting season games in London for no reason. If they want to have exhibitions after the season, that will be fine. Season game, if they ever took a home game from the Niners and put it in London, I'd be pissed.
I can't find the list of games that I had seen earlier in the week, but has Dallas ever played an overseas game?
I think they did. Yeah, I think we asked this question before. I think they did.
Because I remember Jerry being adamant. I'm not. You can do whatever you want to. I ain't giving up a home game at this stadium. Absolutely not. Oh, here it is. I found it. They started in 2007. There's an 0-7 Dolphins team. There's a 1-6 49ers team that took on the Broncos.
Yeah, Troy Smith. I think the Niners won that game too, by the way.
There's an 0-6 Bucks team. There was the Battle of the Titans in 2013 that saw the 0-3 Steelers take on the 0-3 Vikings. You had the 49ers in 2013 taking on the 0-7 Jacksonville Jaguars. A couple years later, you had the 1-8 Jacksonville Jaguars. Oh, this list is pretty amazing.
Are they still going every year?
Yes. And I don't think the Cowboys have gone. We'll step out. We'll come back. Jason Jones, maybe. And Mike Bibby, perhaps. Maybe they're all going to join us. I'm really not sure. We'll find out together. It's a Tuesday surprise here on D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I'll be back.
Okay. This list is incredible. They have just sent some shitty football over there. The 0-7 Browns were there. We'll do this on the air, but this is brutal. The 1-4 Dolphins versus the 0-5 Jaguars. That was last year. Oh, that's brutal. That was the Dolphins Jaguars? That was during the show. That was last year. Well, no, what I mean is it was in the life of the show. Oh, there's the Cowboys, 2014. 2014, they played the Jaguars. Goodness gracious, man. What a mess. Oh, the NFL absolutely gets paid for it. I think there's with the exception of Jacksonville, I think there are certain perks for the team that goes. And I don't know how the stadium stuff is done. They've done a couple at Wembley, right? Tottenham Stadium, okay. That's a strong flex. When I was walking through the streets of London, I mean, I don't doubt that they love football. I guess that's all it boils down to, is you're giving them a product that they already like and support, I guess. Man, that Styles Clash is a crazy ass move, man. Goodness gracious. Yeah. Yeah. D'Lo KC London edition, indeed. Yeah, I've never been to London. My sister loves it. Like, she's a overseas. I'm not really an international traveler, man. I'd rather travel domestically. I'm with you. Securing the barns. I'm with you. I want to see. I mean, he's a pro. Like, he's gonna approach it. But we talked about the vibes at the media day. HB's the only one clip we have of HB just looked like, I don't know, but he's a pro, so I know he'll be locked in. That's 100% what it looked like. Jesse just said Harrison came across as a guy who thought he was getting traded, but the deal fell through. That's 100% what it looked like. Aren't they going to Mexico City? Who's they? The NFL? The NFL has a game. Who's that? What's that, Jesse? Yeah, I think there's a game in Mexico City now every year. Yeah, yeah. Remember the one that got canceled too? I think it got moved to LA. Is Bibby going to take questions? It's an interview. I hope so. It'd be weird if he didn't. He's just going to sit there and look at us. Is there a specific question you wanted to ask, Mario? Okay, so I stand corrected. The Dallas Cowboys did play in 2014 in London. 31 London games so far. The Dallas Cowboys in 2014, they took on the 1-8 Jacksonville Jaguars.
That's the only time they went?
That's the only time, question mark? Yes. That's the only time that they've been there. I wonder what made Jerry do it. Like, what convinced him? Well, look up 2014. Find out what year the Super Bowl was at Jerry World, and start to do the math, and we could probably figure it out from there. London has had to watch the 0-7 Dolphins, the 0-6 Buccaneers, the 0-7 Jaguars, the 1-8 Jaguars. They've had to watch the 1-6 Dolphins, the 0-7 Bengals, and then they had to watch the juggernaut Miami Dolphins and Jacksonville Jaguars of last year, which were respectively 1-4 and 0-5.
That was probably the worst game I've ever watched in my life. I was telling Damien during the break that day, the Saturday before, me and my girl drove to LA for a wedding, right? And then that night they were trying to have all the family stay in my house. Like, no, we're not doing that. So let's just drive home. We get home at 3:00 a.m. I wake up 2 hours later for the Dolphins game, and they lose to Urban Meyer.
Yeah, that was tough. That reminds me, Tottenham Spurs are playing at like 4:30 in the morning on Saturday. Might try and get up.
You need to be up for that one. I'll be up for that one. We're playing Arsenal.
Is Arsenal like the best team right now?
No, that's the rival right there.
Oh, damn.
It's gonna be live.
Man, I gotta get up. No, man. If I get up, Mrs. might put me to work. I would just stay asleep.
We got our power rankings coming up here.
Real quick though, I wanted to ask because you talked about Dallas Cowboys and when was the Super Bowl? We going to Radio Row this year? I just wanted to see your response. Pro Bowl's in Vegas this year. Was it in there? Was it in Vegas last year? Or was that just the draft?
I don't know.
I can't remember.
The flag football game?
Yeah. Skills competition, all that other stuff is in Vegas this year.
I'll go to Radio Row if we're promised Rihanna.
That's all I'm asking for. If we can talk to Rihanna, or if we get tickets to the game so I can go see Rihanna. That's how I would go.
Can we just get tickets to the game and not do Radio Row? Radio Row is the dumbest, the absolute dumbest thing for a market like Sacramento to go to. Because you're not going to get Troy Aikman and Joe Buck or whoever's calling the game. You're going to get Crockett Gilmore, the third string wide tight end for the Baltimore Ravens. That's who you're going to get. And your dopey ass program director is going to go, hey, I need you to interview Crockett Gilmore. Hey, who the hell is Crockett Gilmore? I just interview him. What are you talking about? All right, cool. It's so dumb. Radio Row is stupid. It is absolute. It makes sense for the big dogs. You know, on the Fox stage and the CBS stage and the ESPN stage. Makes sense for them. For Lil old D-Lo and Casey, it doesn't make sense.
I'll even say this though, as a consumer, like before I got in the game, well, it's just like I don't even care about the quality. Like it's not interesting.
Hey,
like,
interview the guy from Joe Millionaire.
Well,
why is he at the Super Bowl? What do I want to talk to him for?
Even more than that, I don't care what Marcus Allen thinks about the Super Bowl. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Like, I'm already over talking about the game. Like, we've been talking about it for 2.5 weeks. I'm already over that. And I don't care what Neil O'Donnell thinks or Bill Cowher. I don't. Can we talk about something else? Is basketball? No, because at that point, by the time I'm talking to Bill Cowher, I didn't talk to 7 other coaches.
Oh, that's true. And why do we need to do that when we could get Brian Baldinger on the show?
There we go. Baldy. As a consumer, Radio Row is not fun to listen to.
Well, I mean, imagine doing a live broadcast where no one could hear the person you're talking to. Imagine what that would be like. Like talking about, yo, we're going to be here. And then, hey, here's who's coming up. And no one can hear them. Like, imagine that. We've got Kings tickets to give away coming up in about 25 minutes. 3:20. We'll be giving those tickets away today and every day. We'll send you to see the Sacramento Kings take on Los Angeles. That's coming up. Jason Jones may or may not join us. Mike Bibby, former Sacramento King. He may or may not join us as well. He's scheduled to be with us at 3:30. I've been working with his team closely. We think we're going to be able to make this happen. Yeah. But I've interviewed Mike many times on multiple different stations. You just never know. Mike once called me and Ken Rudolph 4 minutes before the show ended. The show ended at 3. He was scheduled for 1:45. So it's an adventure.
Oh man.
It's an adventure for sure.
Let's see if we talk to Mike, man. Sacramento Kings legend.
I want to do power rankings, but someone tagged me in something on Twitter. So I just want to, it's a very inside baseball question.
Okay.
Do you think Ricky Starks has ever looked at my profile before? Do you think Ricky Starks has ever thought, who the hell is this dude that people keep tagging me?
So here's the question. I don't know if people really tag Ricky Starks.
No,
it's just a lot of gifts.
That person doesn't tag Ricky Starks.
Okay, well, if other people are doing it,
everybody else tags Ricky Starks.
Okay, he might have.
Who is this dude? Why is this dude's name in my mentions 5 times a day?
Jesse, can I say what? Yeah. So we were working some back channels, and we almost had Ricky Starks on for your birthday. That kind of fell through, but we were working that to make it happen, and it didn't go through.
I remember I was so nervous for that too, because I asked KC about it one time. Like, you didn't feel it with Mikey, because like he said one time, like you don't like surprise interviews, like maybe he'll be pissed or something.
I have a reputation for getting pissed. That's great. That's just fantastic. That's fantastic.
Yeah. So we'll have Ricky Starks on one day. One day.
I got
he needs to go heal again though.
Yeah, it's not good. This isn't going well.
Oh damn, this is great. I'm watching like in the studio TV, the very rare
your iPad.
Yeah. The very rare TI is on. And they do their happies.
Yeah.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah.
To Bryce Harper and Jonathan Papelbon fighting in the dugout. You remember that one?
Oh, yeah, very much so. Very much so.
That one was intense. I remember that.
I love that Tony Kornheiser is D'Lo and Casey. He was just like, no, I'm not going back. I'm just not going back ever.
Will Bond's in the studio and everything.
Like Tony's like, no, look, screw you. Like, if you want me to do this show, we'll do it right here from my house. I'm never going back to the studio. I'm never dealing with downtown DC traffic again. Ever.
DC, the Capital One Arena, I think that's what it is right now. Does it it always surprised me. I've seen it once or twice, but it's like right in the middle of downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's not like parking lots and stuff around. It's just downtown. Do you kind of get that vibe with it kind of reminds me a little bit of Golden One Center?
Yeah. Sure.
It's right there.
Without all of the busyness of the nation's capital and all of that stuff there. But yeah, no, like for sure. Like when you come off, let's see, the Capitol is Capitol is off to your right, and yeah, they're like blocks apart. They're long. I mean, it's long blocks, but yeah, they're really close together, so it can get dicey if you don't leave at the right time.
It tripped me out when I saw that in live. We were like going downtown, turn the corner, and Sherwin Baltimore was like, "Hey, look, there goes the."
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it's just right there. Like,
wait, what?
It just looks like another big building that's down there. You can just enter it from all of these different areas. That's the only difference. It's a good arena.
It looks good.
Yeah, it's a fine arena. It's good. It's a good arena.
One of the things that I was listening to some people talk about owners, and they were talking about Dolan, right? And one of the things that they talked about made the Warriors potentially go over the Knicks, and I never thought about this, is the arena, Chase Center.
Sure.
And the Knicks have no way of competing with that.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't build another.
Move it.
Yeah. You can't get a new arena.
Right.
He did his best, and he did, I guess, a great job of remodeling the Garden, but you can't have a new arena.
And you can't expand. Oh. There's nowhere to go. It's like, fam, Penn Station is below you. There's nothing you can do.
Right.
Yeah.
So they said that, I mean, he's not hurting at all, but they said that's what, quote unquote, hurts the value of the Knicks is they don't have that in their back pocket to get a new arena.
Well, yeah, it hurts the value of the Knicks in terms of the franchise evaluation rising.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. But this is the second Garden, right?
The second Garden, yeah.
Do you think people cried when they left the first one? Do you think it was like a 7-year thing of getting rid of the original Madison Square Garden?
I don't think so. You know,
I was just wondering.
This morning was the first time I drove out to Natomas and didn't see Arco.
Did you go pay your respects?
No, I just drove right by.
Damn. What kind of fan are you?
I was like, damn. Arco's that's all I've ever known. And it's like, damn. It don't bother me that they don't.
If it'll make you feel better, just go down like Arena and go look at Arco 1. It's still there.
I need Arco 1.
Okay, well, I did. My grandpa took me to see Coco Beware there. You didn't see me crying when they turned it into a Department of Agriculture or whatever the hell it is. You're listening to D-Lo. It's true. He did take me to see Coco Beware there. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I think I saw Macho Man Randy Savage and the Honky Tonk Man in a steel cage match as well.
It's the Honky Tonk Man. You good? I'm good.
You know what's amazing about, we always talk about the Attitude Era, and we've got this. We might have Jason Jones. We might have Mike Bibby coming up this hour. You know what we really gloss over is the fact that, like, for an angle, Jake the Snake slapped the crap out of Elizabeth one time, and Hulk Hogan used to regularly beat up on Sensational Sherry. And we just gloss over that stuff. Like Hulk Hogan, the biggest baby face in the history of professional wrestling, used to beat up a woman very regularly to cheers from the audience.
I mean,
come on, man.
Bubba Dudley was putting Mae Young or someone through tables every week, and people were eating that up.
Yeah,
I loved it.
True story.
Well, why was he beating up Sherry again?
Well, Sherry was a heel.
Like
she was with the Macho King.
He would like hit her, or he would like
he'd give her like the old atomic drop, or
oh my god,
I think Brutus Beefcake once put her to sleep and they cut off her fake ponytail.
Jeez.
SummerSlam. Oh yeah.
The atomic drop. That move.
Oh man. Okay.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
We got Kings tickets coming up in 20 minutes. We expect former Sacramento King Mike Bibby to join us in about 30. You want to dive in here? You want to go first?
Sure. Last week, my top 5 was Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, Dolphins, and Bucks. There has been some reshuffling.
Yeah.
5, a new number 1. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. They're number 1 in KC.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just real quick, want to weigh in here? Anyone want to weigh in on this?
This is what it is.
How are they first? Oh my god.
Yeah, okay. Hey, take it. It's all right. Take a breather. It's okay. It's all right.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
No, it's fine. It's all good. Okay, so you got the Eagles at 1.
I got the Eagles at 1.
Wow. Eagles at 1.
I got the Chiefs at 2.
Wow. Wow.
I got the Chiefs at 2. Think they're the second best team in football.
Wow.
Don't leave.
Well, if you want to apply for our producer position, apparently we got one available. Jeez almighty. Okay, I'll bite. Who's third?
The Dolphins are 3rd.
Oh,
the Dolphins 3,
man.
Bills 4, Ravens 5. That's how we close out the top 5.
Same exact teams, different order. Last week I had the Bills at number 1, the Chiefs at number 2. I had the Dolphins at 3, the Eagles at 4, and the Bucks at 5. Obviously, Bills lose, Chiefs lose, the Dolphins don't. I had the Bill. Who was number 1 last week in your power rankings?
The Bills.
Okay, so the Dolphins beat the number 1 team in your power rankings. We're able to move up to 3. Goodness gracious. The Dolphins beat the number 1 team in my power rankings and moved up to number 1. The Eagles moved up to number 2. Two very good football teams right there. I didn't drop the Bills too far. I put them at 3. I put the Baltimore Ravens at number 4 and the Kansas City Chiefs at number 5.
Look, man, we're not going week to week here. You know, we're looking at this thing. And if you lose a game, that doesn't knock you out. That doesn't do anything. A lot of the time.
I'm sorry.
You're still in the top 5 more times than not.
Sir, I'm terribly sorry. We very much are going week to week.
Well,
this
I'm
is a
talking
weekly
about
bit.
knocking somebody out.
Oh, you can knock somebody out.
Not the
Bucks got knocked out. Bucks should have never been in these damn things.
They weren't at the top. What I'm talking about is at the top. Chiefs lose a game, still got them as the number 2 team in the league.
So you got the Chiefs, the number 2 team in the league, even though they lost. You got the Bills who lost. Where did you put the Bills?
4.
So okay, you don't even have the Ravens in there.
Yeah,
did you have the Ravens in there? Okay, so the
Ravens are 5. Sorry.
So you kept the Chiefs at 2, even though the one team in your power rankings. Yeah, your power ranking process has always been very confusing.
I think it's actually perfect.
The Chiefs at number 2 is ridiculous.
Well, what's ridiculous about it?
Well, they can earn their way back next week, but the Chiefs lost. It was kind of a bad loss.
No,
it was kind of a bad loss. He's going to leave them at number 2.
KC's power rankings can go to hell, straight to hell.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
Eagles deserve a lot of respect, man. They're playing good football right now.
They are
playing good football right now.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I think
man, I gotta tip my hat.
I didn't like the Bucks in my power rankings at all last week. I don't buy the Bucks. Maybe it's just because I don't find them exciting. That was obviously a really, really boring game with the Packers. But I like all 5 of these teams in my list, regardless of like the rankings. Like I believe I'm buying the Dolphins, the Eagles, certainly the Bills. I really like what we're seeing from the Ravens, and it was a bad loss for Kansas City, but I'm not like concerned about them.
Here's the deal. Here's where it comes into play for me. Jesse, you're my man. I think they're a good team. Remember, I have Miami in the playoffs. I'm not buying them being a top 5 team in the NFL all year long. They're in the top 5, but I'm just saying, like, to the point where number 1, all this other stuff. They're in the top 5 right now out of respect to that 3-0 record, which they absolutely deserve. But I don't know. I just need to see a little bit more.
Check their schedule after this Bengals game, for real.
It gets easy.
They got, I don't know the order. They got Jets, Vikings, Lions, Bears, Steelers. They're gonna be around for a while.
They better with that schedule. That's what I'm saying. If they're real, they'll handle that next part of the schedule easily.
Our guy securing the Bagley says Bills are still better than the Dolphins. They might be. They lost.
Yeah. They took it out.
I mean, like, man, how will we know who's better if the Bills, the Bills or the Dolphins? Well, they played Sunday and the Dolphins won.
When do they play again? That's going to be a good matchup. Got you.
More likely to keep up this pace, Miami as a team, or Jalen Hurts as a quarterback.
Man, that's tough because there's two groups, 2 entities that I just need to. I'm still not completely sold on.
Would the answer be different if I said, or would it be easier to answer if I said which team keeps it up, Miami or Philadelphia?
My first thought is Philadelphia. So I guess Jalen Hurts. More likely. That doesn't mean I don't like Miami and I don't think they can. But I think Philly has a lot of talent. They have a lot of talent. My only concern was the quarterback. And if he's good, that's a really good ball club. So
I mean,
I guess you can kind of say the same for Miami. That's
to be fair. Wasn't that the concern for both teams?
That's what I'm saying. Like I think that's probably how I felt about Miami, where I thought they had a lot of talent, but I wasn't sure about Tua. I don't say that to say that I thought he was bad or anything. I just needed to see it from him. He's played really well so far this season. Although you know what it is though, Jesse, and this is probably unfair. They weren't overly impressive on Sunday. Like I still don't know how they won on Sunday. Did Tua have 200 yards passing?
No, but he didn't need it. They were just efficient, and the defense got stops. They play off of each other.
I mean, they don't have to apologize for a win at all. And
isn't it?
I think they're a good team, but it just scratches my head.
Isn't it more impressive that the Dolphins won when Josh Allen threw the ball 63 times for 400 yards?
I don't know about if it's more impressive. Like I don't want to. I want to be giving up 400 yards to people on a weekly.
Yeah, but you took that punch and you beat them.
Yeah, you beat them. You beat like they don't have to apologize for that win or anything.
Let me put this in terms you will understand. The Dolphins moved up in weight class.
What more do you think they could have done? Because they handled the Patriots and then they beat 2 Super Bowl contenders back to back.
Patriots suck.
Yeah, but yeah,
and the Ravens and well, because see, I don't want to do this to their schedule because they won the games. But the Ravens gave that game away. I mean, they were manhandling Miami until they left their foot off the gas and let Tua throw the ball all over the place.
Or Tua found some weaknesses and just blew them up.
I mean, a lot of the time, like, what do we talk about in the Super Bowl with the Patriots? We don't talk about how great the Patriots are. We talk about how Kyle Shanahan choked or the Falcons choked. Like, it's always the team that had it in hand giving it away. That's usually how we go about it.
Yeah, but I've said this before, like that's lazy.
I mean, if anything, the Dolphins just did to the Ravens what the Ravens did to them in the first half. Like it was the same thing.
Yeah, you can make that argument. I think the Dolphins are a good team. I have them ahead of the Ravens. There's that. I think the Dolphins are good. I just want to see a little bit more before I crown them.
8 weeks in, they still in the power rankings?
Probably so, with how that schedule is. Even if they lost on Thursday, with that group of teams that Jesse just laid out, I mean, they should be at worst like probably 7-1, if not undefeated.
I think we sometimes make too much of schedules.
No, there's teams that you should absolutely take care of.
You should. Doesn't mean you do.
No, that's why there's a bunch of high-rise casinos in Las Vegas for people who think they know everything. You know what I mean? That's why those things keep getting built, because we don't know everything because they play the game out on the field. But you look at the schedule, absolutely. If I was a Dolphins fan and those teams that he just laid out, I think it was about 4 teams, I'd be highly disappointed if they weren't at least 3-1 coming out of those 4 games. Like out of those 4 games, winning 3 out of them. I'd be highly disappointed.
We'll come back. We'll talk NBA. We'll talk Kings. And we might even talk to Mike Bibby. Plus, we're going to send you to see the Sacramento Kings take on Los Angeles in preseason action. That's coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
This weak sauce. I always thought that like the whole thing where the Dolphins make them wear the dark colors and all this other stuff. I was like, come on, man. Y'all doing too much. But I mean, apparently it had an effect on some of the Bills on Sunday.
Well, some of the Dolphins were falling out too. I don't think that was just
I was about to say, I think they probably would have fell out if they had their white jerseys on too.
Yeah,
but
I think the way that game was played, the pace that game was being played, they be tough either way. Hey, look, Chris Haynes was at Kings Media Day.
He was? When was
It
Lakers
looks like
Media
it.
Day?
Huh?
When was Lakers Media Day? Wasn't that yesterday?
It looks like maybe this is old. Oh, this is his old. This was in Vegas. Sorry, Cameron posted this. I thought this was
Damn, he doing it like that. He just getting on the jet. CJ, appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Mets Braves on Sunday. That's some good stuff. Camila Cabello. Havana, Unana.
Mm-hmm. I like Deuce and Mo's Tower Records.
Yeah, that's a good look.
Mock up. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Damn. That schedule is nice.
Whose schedule was that?
The Dolphins.
Oh, Bengals, Jets, Vikings, Steelers, Lions, Bears, Browns. I'm confused. That's a difficult schedule?
No, it's easy.
Easy schedule. I think you guys are doing too much.
Vikings are solid. I mean, Vikings and Lions are solid. Steelers, you don't know. Maybe Money Making Mitch is out at that point. Bears, I'm not a believer. In the Browns, we'll see. I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. The craziest thing is that Young Thug was on that song. No.
Myles Garrett released from the hospital.
Thinking on me. She thinking on me. Thinking on me. Hey.
Man, I need the weather to chill out.
It was a little brisk this morning.
It was.
Just a little. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. I enjoyed it though.
Absolutely not, Dr. David, and we were definitely not there at the same time.
What? Who did that?
What's that?
Dr. Davis.
Well, I don't know who did it, but we were not there at the same time. Coming up, Mike Bibby, probably.
Yeah, man.
He might be here at 3:30, 3:40, 4:50. Might be on Thursday's episode of Corners of the Culture. But the plan is for Mike to join us coming up here pretty soon. He's joining something. It's actually it's not going to be announced till tomorrow. But we're getting the jump here on this new venture with Mike Bibby and the fan controlled hoops league. So we'll talk to. I mean, and there's some heavy hitters involved in this. So I'm anxious to talk to Mike about this a little bit. I feel like Mike's been wanting to coach for a while.
Yeah,
like I think he coached in the Big Three, if I remember correctly.
Didn't he get interviewed for the Kings job? He got interviewed for
State.
Sac State. That's what it was. I knew he was coming back to Sacramento for some reason.
Yeah, I think he got interviewed for the Sac State job.
We talk about Kings' first day of practice. Sac State and David Patrick, their first day of practice was today as well.
Well, first step towards David Patrick's national title.
There we go. You know,
man,
boy, you gonna be courtside Kenny at them Hornets games, boy. Let's go.
You talk about the buzz around Kings or Keegan Murray or Tyrese Halliburton or Davion Mitchell paled in comparison to the buzz around David Patrick when he was hired. My goodness. But hey, football team's playing well. I can't wait to see what the basketball team does.
Wow. Sac State turning into a power. We love to see it.
Long overdue. We've got tickets to see the Sacramento Kings right now. They will take on Los Angeles coming up here as part of preseason action. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. We'll get you all set up again. 916-909-1320. We'll send you to see Sacramento Kings preseason basketball. Make sure that you're locked in with us all next week as well, as we'll be sending you to the home opener. You know we're gonna be at the home opener.
Oh yeah.
I told you this yesterday. I'll tell the family. I'm trying to decide between, suits and streetwear. I pulled out a bunch of clothes I haven't worn in a while. Like I could get these cut, bring back the suit look that I wore a couple of years ago, or do we go D'Lo and Casey hoodies and sneakers? I mean, I'm gonna wear sneakers no matter what. But figure this all out. Speaking of family, congratulations to Dana and Tim on the birth of Bailey Ray late last night.
Oh,
my guy, Coach Tim. Yeah, let some air horns fly.
Yes, indeed.
There's babies everywhere.
Everywhere.
There's just babies all over the place. But congratulations to Dana and Tim. I told you there was something I wanted to ask you earlier. I had kind of glanced at the television and I thought of this, and we mentioned Phoenix earlier, and the clips of like DeAndre Ayton in his presser, clips of DeAndre Ayton talking about he hasn't talked to Monty Williams since the playoffs, since Game 7. Yeah, I told you, like I feel like there's a weird vibe there with Phoenix, and I think that could impact the record. And that's not even bringing the Robert Sarver stuff into the equation.
Right.
I don't know how much the Robert Sarver stuff will really play into day-to-day basketball. I think it's a fraction of if there's an issue with DeAndre Ayton, how as much as that will. But should there be similar concerns about the Boston Celtics?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, they kind of laid it out last week. It's been the offseason from hell for the Boston Celtics. And it's just a lot to have to overcome and be able to just start the season like everything's fine. Maybe as the season goes along, because the NBA season it's such a long season. It's almost like baseball almost. Like you can kind of get your footing and you can get past some things and you can work through some things. But I feel like it's gonna be a little rocky, or they'll be walking a tightrope to start the season. Things aren't going to be as seamless as you might think for both Phoenix and for Boston.
I feel like Boston, I don't know why. Like I realized as I said all of that stuff about Phoenix, it's like, Boston probably fits into this category. But I feel like with Boston, when you can avoid, like if the DeAndre Ayton thing wasn't in play, if that situation had either been handled better or had resolved itself better, and the only issue at play was Robert Sarver, I don't think that would be an issue. I don't think that creeps into day-to-day basketball life for those guys. For the Celtics, I have like a little bit of question about like the players' relationships with Ime Udoka. I'm not trying to insinuate that they don't like Ime Udoka, but I think the season got off to a really, really rocky start for a reason. And I don't think it was just what we saw on the court, right? I think it was the loss of Brad Stevens, getting used to a new coach, knowing how good this roster already is. I feel like with Ime, it's like, okay, it's over. Like, what do we? There's nothing hovering over us. Ime Udoka is gone. Joe Mazzulla is here. He's our coach. We fell 2 games short of the NBA championship. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Joe was on the staff last year. Joe's been on the staff. Joe was on the staff with Brad. Like, he's been around. He's been around these players. He has a relationship with those players. So it's not like someone coming in. Now, we talked about this with Doug and Alvin and all of this stuff last year in the Kings transition from a head coach to an interim head coach. There are things that are different. But in terms of on the floor stuff, I don't think the Ime Udoka stuff is going to affect Boston.
I mean, it could affect them a little bit when you talk about on the floor. Is you got a new coach who may have new substitution patterns, may have a different philosophy on when he sits the star players or what reserve that he wants to play and play longer. Like, it may those things may have to be you have an adjustment period for him. So at the end of the day, the reason why I don't think that Boston is going to fall off a cliff is because of the players. Like, you got Jason Tatum and you got Jaylen Brown. You know, like that's why Marcus Smart. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. But I do think it'll be a little off to start the season. I do believe that.
Yeah, I think Casey's right. If there's any hiccups or anything like that, it'll be with rotations and stuff like that. I think they're fine playing from because you mentioned too, he was with Brad and stuff like that, and the players fought for him to stick around. So I think that'll be fine. But the only thing I'm worried about is the rotations and pretty much how he runs his lineups and all that.
We asked this question earlier whether they would hire someone to the staff, and Brad didn't commit to that. Like, he didn't say that they would. As we welcome in back on the video stream our guy Jason Jones, who reached for his Los Angeles Dodgers hat. There you go. I get you set up like that.
This is a new one, so I'm trying to get this thing figured out.
Hey, what's on the side of that Dodgers hat?
Championship.
Oh, why the hell you got that on there? Why
you wearing Crenshaw with a KC hat on, man? What state you from?
Don't be banging on me.
You mixing stuff up right now. See, you mixing stuff up right now. Yeah, this is the new computer, so I'm trying to still figure out the angles and all that. But I'm back.
I'm just happy. I'm just happy the Athletic finally sent you a computer.
Tell me about it. I mean, it's been a few months. Having a computer with a microphone on it again. All that stuff.
You look great. Yeah, looks. I gotta tell you 2 things. One, there's a chance Mike Bibby might join us, so we might be talking to Mike Bibby in a few minutes. We're really not sure, but we might be.
I'd kick me off of Mike Bibby too.
No, you should stick around for Mike Bibby. You probably got a relationship with him.
No,
2,
Mike's one of the guys I actually don't know from them days. So
see, there's Mike right there.
Hey guys,
just right on time.
Mike, what's going on?
This is a new way. This is the first time I was trying to make sure I got on right.
Man, you good, baby? You ready to rock, man?
You guys want it that way or this way?
I don't know what that did, man.
The way you had it before. There we go.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
Last one, he had me doing it the other way.
Nah, you said, man, what's going on?
Not much. What's going on with you guys?
Yo, we good. I guess so. When you Jordan for life.
Yes, sir. Can't go any other way.
Come on. How was it? When that take me back to when that initially happened? Like, how did those conversations start where you got with Jordan Brand, Team Dime? I know you've always had a relationship with Nike probably since Arizona. Because if I got it right, you debuted the foam posits, not Penny, right?
Our team, they gave it to our whole team. So we were in the tournament, and back then everybody you wore your uniform colors, and there was no bright colors here, and your uniform is red and blue, So the Nike guy came to our school, and he's like, "Hey, why don't you guys take a look at this shoe? It isn't out yet." I said, "As long as it ain't out yet, I'm wearing it. I don't care. It can be green." So he said, "It's not your team colors, but you guys could wear if you want. And as soon as he said it's not out, I said I'm in. So, a few of us had wore them. I wore them, and I'm known for wearing that. Penny was pissed. I think if when I were hurt, Penny was pissed. I would have been pissed too, but I mean that's the way it goes, though. So.
See, that's what we just learned. Those ain't the pennies no more. Those are the bibbies.
No. So now I'm with Jordan. I'm with this guy.
Oh, that's right. That'll get you in trouble. That's right. No doubt.
You ain't trying to get in your pockets now. See.
No, they take care. They always take care. They take care of me since I've been done playing. So.
You still in AZ?
Yeah, I'm in Arizona.
Okay. What?
Mike, that was a good football game in Berkeley on Saturday. Just
chill.
I didn't even see it.
The good guys won and everything. It was a great game. I enjoyed it.
Oh,
I got to talk now because I can't say nothing during basketball season.
Yeah, I know you guys been having a rough time. I've been seeing that. It's rough out there. It's been rough.
Rough. It's poverty. It's the project. It's all bad for us in basketball.
What happens? You have to you go good, and then you get back bad, and you've got to wait for it to come back around again. I don't know how long that's going to take, though.
We've been watching. I mean, Kings Media Day was yesterday. We watched Lakers Media Day, Nets Media Day, all that stuff. Like, you've been a part of, a dozen plus media days or whatever it is. Have you ever gone into one where it's like, yeah, this ain't it? Because everyone's like smiling and laughing and talking about the vibes. Like, have you ever gone to one like, yeah, this isn't it?
I mean, that wasn't my main thing of going in and doing that. I love the fans, but my personality wasn't really getting out there and trying to pump the fans up on the scoreboard. That wasn't my thing. They always tried to get me to do that. I think after a while they just said, "Screw it, we won't even ask them anymore." So, I mean, I guess. But I mean, going to those, it's good to see your teammates and stuff again. But, it wasn't my thing.
Yeah. What do you really say on media day? I mean, it's you haven't played a game, you haven't practiced. It's almost kind of you're getting the same question probably 30 times. How was your summer? What are you expecting?
That's that goes the whole year. I mean, you get these lines in your head and you just learn to say them over and over again.
Yeah.
That's Mike's way of saying he's sick of us.
I mean, it's just that I'm not sick of y'all. It's just that. The way I thought was like, I'm here to play basketball. We got an interview from me. I don't want to do no damn interview. I just want to play. So I mean, that's just who I was. I never really was a big talker after the game, before the game, or whatever. So I just love to play the game.
Hey, Mike, I don't know if you're aware, but this offseason, in the last couple of months or so, the Kings YouTube channel has been playing these condensed versions of games from your area in the early 2000s with the Kings. And I've been watching them and I'm like, like I was around, I saw it, but it's a friendly reminder that, Mike was a problem. I think back to when you got to Sacramento and Jason Williams, that was my guy. I was 55, that was my guy. Did you feel pressure coming in here to kind of not only step into his shoes and be the point guard for this team, but exceed that to make people kind of forget that trade happened? Because that's what you did. We got 10 now, so it's good.
I was kind of nervous coming in. I know he's a fan favorite. I know he was a team favorite as well. And, the main thing my agent told me to do was just, go in there. They're already a good team. You don't have to do nothing special. And I just went there and was myself. And, the thing that made it so easy for me was the way the team and the fans treated me. The way they treated me, it felt like I had played there my whole career, and it just made me easy to fit in. Everybody in the team was easygoing. No one had an ego. Everybody knew Webb was the alpha dog on the team, and everybody followed into place. And there was never a time where if a guy didn't hit his number, he was different on the ride home or on the plane going back. And I think that's what made it so good. We didn't care who scored. We cared about winning, and it showed. But I mean, the fans and the team made me feel so comfortable. It's like even hard to talk about because you don't see that.
Yeah.
we got the go ahead we got the thumbs up to talk about this. It's going to be officially announced tomorrow. Can you tell us about this fan controlled hoops thing that you're a part of?
Think of a real live NBA jam.
Oh my.
So they'll be playing on an LED court. The court lights up. The fans will control there'll be a highlighted player for a quarter. And so every shot he takes, it'll be like one more point worth than where he's shooting at. So, maybe a layup might be 3 points. A three-pointer might be 4 points. They even have 4-pointers. A 4-pointer might be 5 points. The lane might be lit up. So every dunk now for 2 minutes is going to be 3 points. So, it's just the corner threes might be lit up. Those might be 4 points. So, it's going to the concept is crazy. Like just the court is going to wait till you see the court. It's off the hook. It's crazy.
That sounds dope. And I gotta ask, Mike, if are you gonna be out there? Because I only
out
asked
there what?
Who
at the event? I'll be at the event. Yes.
Look. I only asked because it wasn't that long ago. You was in the TBT. That was the first time I saw the TBT.
That was like 10 years ago.
That was like 5-6 years ago. I think
that was like 10.
Wasn't the Big Three more recent than the TBT?
He did the Big Three.
The Big Three was in 2017.
Okay, maybe that's what I was looking at too. But I remember because you were the first 4-pointer in the Big Three.
I'm the 4-point leader still.
Yeah.
I played 2 years, but like playing in that. It was great. I appreciate Ice Cube and Jeff even get me into that process. I was one of the first, 8 guys that they started with. I got to pick my co-captains. I got to pick my coach. I picked Iceman to be my coach, and just being out there and just seeing what it took to play at a high level. I played my 2 or 3 years. My third year, I was kind of in relaxed mode. But after that, I was like, I can't keep doing this stuff like this. I'm too old for this, man. Just like it was too hard getting ready. I was in that gym getting ready like I was still in the NBA, and I didn't have that drive no more. I was like, you know what, I want to coach. So I went out there, tried to coach, shot the 4-pointers against the fans. It's just, it was fun. It was fun.
Yeah. Is that something you want to do ultimately? Because I think that's what you're doing with this fan controlled hoops thing is like coaching. Is that something you want to do in the league?
I've been trying to coach for the last 10 years. I coached in high school. I ended up coaching high school out here, my old high school. I watched. It's funny how it started. I coached my son's AAU program for probably 10 years when he was 9 years old. Took all those kids to Vegas, still have a lot of, relationship with guys that I coached. 3 of my guys got drafted in the NFL. I coached the high school for 6 years out here. Took a public school to the Geico National Tournament, the first time in Geico history to have a public school play in that. I've done some stints in summer league stuff, and Ty Ellis, I thank him too. He's like one of the only people besides Gregory Moore that's with this fan control that really gave me a chance to try to help. I went out there, I flew myself out to the Sacramento G League team, put myself up in a room, and he let me sit in on the with the coaches, talk about film. He helped me learn how to do film. I sat on the bench. So, I'm trying to get in, man. I'm just trying to get in. I'm just trying to find the right way.
Yeah. It's going to happen. It's going to happen because right now the resume is starting to speak for itself for what you're accomplishing on the coaching side. So there's no doubt in my mind it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm trying, man. My main thing is, it's not about the money. I coached high school for 6 years for free. You know what I mean? So I just want to be able to get in and, give back to these kids and, just give them some of the knowledge that a lot of these good coaches that I had gave me, and just try to spread that.
Yeah.
Ty Ellis told me your garage looked like the back of a Foot Locker.
I let Ty in there. I didn't let him take no pictures, but nobody has any pictures in there, so I got to keep it kind of like a secret, but not a secret,
Yeah.
Lifting.
Yeah. Yep. Yes, sir.
All right. Johnny's still out here whipping my ass. So
I love him. He's still ticking, huh?
Oh, are you kidding?
Yeah, I know.
Absolutely.
I talked to him a couple weeks ago. Al's my guy, so
He
I
listens
love
to the
Al.
show every day, man. So I'm sure he's listening to you right now.
He's one of the best trainers I had. I mean, I look back at the story. He was there from when I was start there, but like in days I'm playing 40 minutes a game, and I look at Al, and I'd be like, how you feel? Okay, get one leg extension, one leg press, one chest, one back, get out of here. We got this one young kid that came in the next year. And like I said, I'm playing 40 minutes a game, and he's following me around like, Mike, you got 5 more lifts you got to. I'm like, man, if you don't get the hell away from me, I'm too old. I'll lift later. I got to get my shots in. So I appreciate Al. Al always took care of me. Al used to come out. I fly Al out to Phoenix, and he'll come put my kids through a cardio track thing for a week. So I'll always be in debt to Al. I love him to death.
That's what's up, man. Hey, Mike, before you go real quick, you aware of some of the moves they made with this particular Kings team this year? Are you kind of following them at all? Do you think they got a chance to break this streak that we ain't seen a playoff since you've been here, Mike?
I'm hoping. You see, they got a good hire, I think, and Doug's there. Doug will help. It's coming from a winning situation that Doug has always been with. I think. You have to put it all together. It might look good on paper. You have Fox, the bonus, go all the way through, but you have to go out there and play the games. Just it depends on how hard you work. I worked my ass out to where every shot I shot, I thought was going in. I don't know how these kids work today, but there was nothing else I was doing except playing basketball or trying to get better.
You eat for free out here, Mike. You know that, man. Anytime you eat for free out here, man. That's
I don't know, man. I don't know about that. You see how big Mike is. Mike's tab's a little bit different than it used to be. We appreciate Mike.
Knock it down. I ain't messing with Mike.
I appreciate you guys having me. Thank you.
All right, man. Be well, and good luck with this. Good luck with this venture, man. This fan-controlled hoops thing, man. That sounds pretty dope.
Sounds pretty cool. That really does sound pretty cool.
Yeah, that's incredible. Appreciate Mike being with us, and my man Manuel who set this up, man. Always good to see Mike. I remember Mike. I remember we did something with the bad guys, and Mike was here. I did this thing with Mike and Vlade and Doug, and Mike was talking then, like, he wanted to coach.
And his AU team was. I remember hearing about them when I was just starting to coach down when I was in LA, and these guys were running roughshod over everybody. So he's been doing the coaching thing for a minute, and like I said, the proof is in the pudding. He's getting these kids to play well. He's getting them to be successful, and to me, it's only a matter of time before he gets another job, whether it's on the college level or in the pros.
It's so much about connections, or if he's maybe he's got to get a son on the team so the Knicks can hire him and then bring him on too, like we did with Brunson. It's it's so weird in the coaching ranks just because it's not just who's most qualified. Sometimes a lot of it is, hey, I got a job. Let me call my boys, put the team back together again. So you see kind of groups move together. Like I'm with this guy, so if I get a shot, I'm gonna call you.
Right.
And I've got friends who are in coaching, and they'll just tell you, man, I thought I had a chance, but that guy had already promised 3 guys a gig.
Yeah. Wow. It's crazy. It's weird to think too. A guy with so much history in the league, and I wonder if part of the problem is like some of the coaches he played for like aren't really around. Like obviously Rick's gone. I don't know where Mike Woodson is. Mike Woodson's gone.
Mike Woodson was in college.
He was. He's at Indiana, ain't he? Yeah. That's right.
And that's part. And then
some of those connections that you had.
And you look at his teammates. The guys he's played with. Almost all of them had a job with the Kings.
Yeah.
And then I think it's whether it's fair or unfair. Vlade was already getting slack for bringing in all Peja and bringing his buddies in as it is. So maybe that was who knows? But yeah, you got to start looking around. Like, does any of it were his college teammates?
Right.
But sometimes all you need is to get that one shot. So I think Mike will get a shot.
Wow.
Did you go to media day yesterday?
No, I had a bunch of meetings and talking about the stuff I do now. I went down to Hollywood last week for the Redeem Team premiere.
Oh, how was that?
It's good. I liked it a lot. Got something coming on that next week. They had us embargo all of our we can't release what we wrote yet because they wanted some gap between because the premiere was last week. It doesn't come out until the 11th. But I mean, seeing some of that stuff with Kobe was just crazy.
Man,
I think we forget where Kobe was in his career in 2007, 2008. 2007, the Lakers were like a middle of the road team, and he was trying to get out.
Yeah,
and then you kind of see the transformation of Kobe, Kobe the leader in 2007, 2008, and they go on. Then you watch the team. It's like he's on the same team with Dwight Howard, who he beat in the finals. That coming up, in 2009. You start to see where the seeds of the Heatles is formed, where you see Chris Bosh talking about, I got to figure out what I can do to help. So I'm going to play defense. So you start seeing all these connections, and you start saying, yeah, Melo, what were you thinking? That could have been you.
Oh, guy who didn't listen to the crew.
What's always crazy about that, the Redeem Team, and then specifically that gold medal game, is I think about it like this, the greatest players that ever played, or at least some of the greatest that ever played, they're looking at Kobe like the greatest. Think about that for a second. The greatest is looking at this guy like, no, he's the greatest. That's just that trip.
To realize the level of respect Kobe had as a player, especially to this younger generation. Now we're at the stage where we're getting the guys who LeBron was their GOAT. We're getting to it's crazy because LeBron's still playing, but he's playing against them. But I mean, back then it was, the way those guys, even talking to Dwayne Wade last week, the way they still talk about Kobe in that experience. People forget 2008, LeBron wasn't that old.
Right.
Dwayne Wade wasn't that old. Melo wasn't that old. These guys were still pretty young in their careers.
Right.
And then he walks in and it's oh my God, do we talk to him? Do we look at him? What do we do? It's Kobe.
Right.
I think, the way he was revered, and they started filming this in December, or kind of making it in December of 2019. So right before he passed. So Kobe's
in it. Is he in it?
No.
Oh.
No, he's not. They have archive footage of him. He's not in nothing new. Yeah. So, but yeah, they never got a chance to talk to him because he died, about a month later.
Yeah.
After they started the project. And oddly enough, the part that they talked to Dwayne Wade and interviewed him the day the pandemic shut everything down.
Oh, wow.
And so they had to kind of put this whole thing together through the pandemic. They all couldn't be in the same place, but I think it came together pretty well. And that's the cool thing about this new gig. I see all the sports docs and everything first. I see everything now. I'm just home watching stuff that comes out next month.
Did you finish one thing on the Redeem Team? The internet sent me into a frenzy when the Powell clip dropped.
Oh yeah.
I was like, yo, where is this? I thought it didn't come out until next month. I started searching all over the place.
It comes out on the 11th. Yeah, but yeah, that whole part of the film is crazy because it's Kobe's really crazy. They were like, no, you're not going to do that to Powell. You love Powell. He's like, watch me.
I respect that, though. Have you seen
that's that old school mentality? I don't think that'll happen in 2022. But yeah, he was built differently. He was wired differently.
Have you seen the end of the Hulu series?
Not yet. No, I haven't gotten to the
end. I'm dreading it. There's only 2 left, and I know what one of them is going to be about. So I'm I'm dreading these last 2 episodes. I think episode 9, just by the timing of it, will be the 2 championships.
Probably,
the Kobe and Powell championships, and I guess the last one is, what we all know it is, and then LeBron.
Yeah, it's going to be that and them getting the last chip.
And
I think it's because even talking at the Redeem Team, talking to people around the league today. It's still tough people to talk about Kobe. Like Dwayne, it's still tough. He said even in the making the film, that was tough. It's still tough talking about him because I think in a lot of ways we know he's gone, but it's kind of hard to believe he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
So he said that was real tough. Dwight said it was tough, just that, because they had such a long history and then he's gone. And then he's gone and then we go into a pandemic. So some of the normal stuff, maybe you grieve as a group over time. We got that shut down in March.
Right.
Yeah. So it's been, it's like I said, I think everyone's going to enjoy the Redeem team. Like I had forgotten little details. I mean, I knew they did bad in 04, but I mean, the way they were getting talked about after 04 was just, I forgot they were like David Letterman fodder.
Yeah, like dogs. They was talking about my boy AI and Marbury, like dogs, man. It was all bad.
And Larry Brown, was like he gonna play the vets. Remember Baby Shaq?
Yeah, from Greece, right? Or Greece.
Greece.
That's what it was.
Baby Shaq. He was like, I forgot about they showing Baby Shaq's running through Greece. I mean, not through Greece, but he's playing for Greece, running through Team USA. Yeah, I was like, wow.
Yeah. Hey, Jason, real quick before we get out of here, I know you didn't go, but did you like Media Day when you would like cover it all the time, or were you kind of annoyed by it after a while?
It got old. I was like, no one's going to say anything. The craziest Media Day, like, I mean, of all the ones I went to, the only one I distinctly remember is the one where, as we're leaving Arco, Vivek stops and says, hey, come back. Last season was about fixing the culture. The culture is fixed. Now it's about making the playoffs. And after he said that, I said, oh, Malone's getting fired. I said, because remember, they had signed Collison and Ryan Hollins. I'm like, unless they really signed Chris Paul and Blake Griffin didn't tell us, he's getting fired. I said, no one in this building not named Vivek thinks that's a playoff team right now. And so, yeah, that's the only one I really remember because that part was just so wild at the end. Because I had my story in my head. I'm writing your basic. Everyone's excited. Can they, get better? Then I'll go, no, and I go, wow, got to change my whole story now. It's a whole different ball game. The owner came out and said they're making the playoffs, or it's about the playoffs. But generally, those things were kind of like I'm waiting around trying to find something that's a little different. But it's kind of hard because everyone's getting shuttled around and pretty much it's just kind of a mass-produced, generalized quote fest.
And they're probably over the whole process because they've been standing in front of white screens or green screens or black screens for the last 3 hours. They've had their picture taken 4,000 times.
Oh, yeah.
Asked the same question over and over again.
Exactly. And then, it's funny because they'll bring out like a young guy on a non-guaranteed deal. And because there's no one there, this guy is getting like swarmed. It's like, why are you guys all rushing that poor guy, asking him about the season? He's not going to be on the team.
Y'all leave Sam Merrill alone. A whole crowd of media around this brother, man. Come on, leave him alone.
He's looking at like, why are they talking to me? I'm going to Stockton.
Great to have you back, Jay. We missed you, bro.
Yeah, like I said, this here machine works. So cross our fingers.
Shout out to the Athletic.
All clear and everything. It's a whole new ball game.
Just better attire next time, man. Better attire.
You don't like the hoodie? You don't like the
hoodie? Fine. It's really just a hat.
I'm offended by your mixing of sets with your hat and shirt. My folks in LA wouldn't appreciate that.
We appreciate you, Jay. Thanks, bro.
Right, take care.
Jason Jones of The Athletic. Man, Jason got the good gig. He went from watching Kings games on a nightly basis to getting all the screeners. Right. he gets all the good stuff before
he came on up.
Man, that Redeem team doc don't drop for two weeks.
Yeah.
That teaser sent me into a frenzy. I was like, yo, I'm on Netflix. I'm like, hey, I'm talking into the Redeem team. I'm talking into the microphone. I'm looking all over for it. And then it's like, yo, this is a teaser, dummy. Yo, shout out to Mike Bibby for coming through. We appreciate it. Shout out to Jason Jones back on the stream where he belongs. And shout out to you. We appreciate you so much. for being with us. We'll hope you'll be back with us again tomorrow. We'll have Kings tickets for you. Of course, we'll continue to talk Kings basketball, and we'll start to look ahead to week 4 of the NFL season. Have a great rest of your day. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Good stuff from Mike. Yeah, it was a solid last hour for sure. It was cool to have Jay on too with Mike. Yeah, it's crazy. Like we did a video stream where you could hear everybody. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. And if we cut a highlight from Mike too, so we could have that out there in the world. Yeah, that'll go over. Man, it's Tuesday, y'all. We gotta go. We're back here in an hour. We're back here in an hour, and I'm leaning heavy on Kenny for this podcast. I wasn't. Yeah, it's like these aren't documentary pieces, so I was like, I started to like lay some stuff out. I was like, this is the wrong approach. Like, just take some notes.
Yeah, player profile.
Yeah. I was going about this the wrong way. Now the bit might be how long we can keep Tupac off corners of the culture. Y'all, don't forget to hit the thumbs up before you go, man. We flew past 200 yesterday. We should be able to do that. I'm probably asking a little bit late, but if y'all could hit the thumbs up before you go, there's still 205 on YouTube. So there's enough. If y'all work hard enough, there's enough to get us to 200. So if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, please do. We know some of you are watching and you don't want to hit the thumbs up because you're embarrassed because you work somewhere else, but it's okay. You could hit the thumbs up too. We appreciate you guys so much, but yeah, we're going to get out of here because we're coming right back in an hour. Next episode of Corners of the Culture. If you haven't checked it out yet, go check it out. We think you guys like it. We're very proud of it. We're doing an episode on Rick Ross today. That'll drop Thursday. Yeah. I think for fun, we might drop our original Rick Ross interview into the podcast feed.
Oh yeah.
So you guys could check that out. Appreciate you guys, man. We'll see you tomorrow.
See y'all, man.